On April 5th, Samantha Granger went missing in the town of Daggerlin. If you're from Ohio, perhaps you've heard of the place. More likely, you haven't. Daggerlin is 60-some miles east of Cleveland, and if you blink, you'd miss it. Get on I-90, past Euclid, Menor, and keep on going. It's not on most maps nowadays, and there may be good reason for that. It's not easy finding history on the place. I've looked up different accounts myself with little success. Articles date back over 100 years. I've heard everything from the town being part of an old shipping route that silted up and got abandoned, to farmland that went bankrupt during the Dust Bowl. There's mention of a fire along the coast in 1908, burned through a string of old boathouses and took a handful of men with it. After that, the paper trail thins out. It's the kind of place where every generation seems to bury the last one's secrets a little deeper, until all that's left is fog and rumor. All I know is our story starts with little Samantha Granger. Spring in Ohio was wet, especially along Lake Erie, but the first week of April was uncharacteristically bright. There were no clouds, no rain, and the town seemed a bit cheerier than usual. Winter that year had been especially dreary. If you've lived around snow, you'll understand the difference between the beautiful fluffy white kind and the quarter-inch of ugly sludge that seems to coat everything and gets onto your boots. When April came along, it caught the residents by surprise, especially the children, who had felt locked inside for what seemed like years at that point. That morning, the air was clear and the lake looked calm, unusually calm, like someone had pressed pause on the water itself. Birds were out, flags hung still. It was the kind of morning that made people open their windows just to let the smell of thawed earth drift in. A fresh, clean start. Samantha Granger was 8 years old. Quiet kid. Liked puzzles and purple shoes and collecting smooth stones from the beach. She lived 2 blocks from the shoreline, and when her mother turned around to grab her coffee that morning, Samantha was already gone, coat half zipped, barreling down the sidewalk like the world had finally opened back up. They say she must have gone to the water. The footprints stopped near the edge of the bluff, and her scarf was found snagged in a bramble bush just off the trail. But the beach itself, empty. No body, no drag marks, no sign of a struggle. And that's what makes Samantha different. The others, there were signs, broken glass, torn clothing. But Samantha, she just vanished. Like the lake opened its arms and swallowed her whole. "Anything?" George asked. The bathroom door creaked open. Laura stepped out slowly, still in her robe, eyes downcast. She didn't say a word, just shook her head once. George opened his arms, but she resisted. He reached out anyway, pulled her close, and held her without speaking, one hand resting at the small of her back, the other cradling the back of her head. "It's okay," he said. They'd been trying for over a year. Every month, hope flickered. Every month, it went out. "You're still young," the doctors had said. "It happens when it happens." But nothing was happening. Just silence and the slow ache of time. And let's be honest, 37 wasn't all that young for having kids. "I'm fine," Laura said, pulling away. "I know," George replied. But she didn't hear. She was already halfway down the stairs. For a moment, George stared out the upstairs window and thought. And then the radio interrupted him. It crackled, then hissed. "Sheriff Lost, you there?" Mendez's voice came through, calm but clipped. George blinked, pulled his gaze from the window. He stepped to the dresser, pressed the button on the handheld. "Yeah, go ahead." "We've got a situation down near the water. Little girl, Samantha Granger. Her mom says she hasn't seen her since this morning." "Okay, how long exactly?" "Couple hours. Said she turned around to grab coffee and the kid was just gone. She's worried she ran down to the beach. Apparently the girl loves it there." George was already moving, buttoning his shirt, grabbing his belt off the hook. "I'll be there in 10, he said. The weather held, even down by the lake. Bright sky, soft sun, the kind of early spring day people in Daggerlin prayed for after a brutal winter. But as Sheriff George Lost stepped out of the cruiser, he felt it shift slightly. The wind wasn't strong, but at the water's edge it picked up, just enough to carry the smell of brine and damp weeds. He made his way down the familiar dirt path, boats pressing into thawed earth. Mendez stood waiting just past the bluff, near the rocks that overlooked the shoreline. She gave him a small nod. "Where's the mom?" George asked. "Up at the house. Deputies with her. Says Samantha took off a little after 8. Said she always loved the beach right after it rained," Mendez replied. George glanced down at the sand. "You get eyes on her yet?" Mendez motioned toward a narrow drop-off. "Come look." He followed her down to the beach. It was quiet. Not dead quiet, but still. A gull drifted overhead. The lake was calm. "There," Mendez said. She pointed. In the damp sand, you could see them. Small footprints, pressed clearly, headed toward the shoreline. George crouched beside him, following the trail with his eyes. They stopped maybe 6 feet from the edge of the water. No return prints. No sign of panic. Just gone. Something purple caught his eye. Caught in a thorn bush just off the trail, fluttering slightly in the breeze, was a child's scarf. He stared out at the water for a long moment. The sun sparkled off the surface. It looked harmless, even beautiful. But something about the stillness scraped at the back of his mind. "Call in drones, dogs, all of it," he said. Mendez hesitated. "You think she drowned?" "I don't think anything yet." But he did. He just wasn't ready to say it out loud. 2 days later, the town gathered at Holloway Park. No one made announcements. No flyers. Just a quiet understanding that they'd meet at the gazebo by dusk. The air was still mild for April. Low 50s, no rain. The last of the light bleeding out behind the trees. George arrived just after 7. He parked along the edge of the lot and walked the rest of the way in, keeping to himself. People were already there. Maybe 30, maybe more, scattered in small clumps, each holding a candle. At the very front, someone had taped up Samantha's school photo. It fluttered slightly in the breeze, the tape on the corners barely holding. A mason jar of violets had been set beneath it. A few stuffed animals. Nothing dramatic, just small, quiet things. Her mother stood near the post, alone, wrapped in a heavy coat, hands at her sides. She didn't speak, didn't cry, just stared at the picture like she was waiting for it to change. A few people began to hum. Not a song George recognized, just a low, uncertain harmony, like they couldn't agree on what comfort sounded like. He held his candle, watched the flame waver slightly with the wind. The crowd didn't move. No one sat. No one spoke. They just stood there in the quiet, ringed by cold and flickering light. Somewhere behind him, A child coughed. One candle went out, then another. George looked up. The wind had shifted.
Sheriff to base, come in. We've got a code 847. Repeat, code 847. Suspect is, extremely suspicious.
George Lost paused in the doorway, coffee in hand, and just watched. 9-year-old Owen Winters sat behind his desk, legs swinging, eyes squinting in serious concentration as he leaned into the radio mic like it was a matter of national security. His backpack was still on, one strap slipping down his shoulder, and Crichton, a thin black German shepherd, was curled up at his feet like a shadow with ears. He followed Owen everywhere. "You know, we don't actually have a code 847, right?" George said. Owen turned, grinning. "Then you should." George sipped his coffee. "And what exactly does it mean?" Owen looked thoughtful. "I don't know, but it's dangerous." Crichton let out a low, lazy huff, thumping his tail once against the floor. George stepped fully into the room, setting his mug down on the edge of the desk. "You break into my station again."
"No, I didn't break in,"
Owen said.
"The door was open."
"I'll have to talk to my staff about that," George replied.
"I left Crichton outside at first, just in case,"
Owen added, like that earned him points.
"But, he gets sad when I get too far."
Crichton stretched his front paws forward and made a noise that sounded like agreement. George pulled the chair over and sat. "Where's your dad?"
"Hardware store,"
Owen said.
"I told him I wanted to come here instead. It's really close, so he said okay."
George gave a small nod. He glanced at the stack of files on the corner of his desk, but didn't reach for him. Owen leaned forward, feet still swinging.
"It's kind of quiet around town."
George looked at him. "Quiet how?"
Owen shrugged. "I don't know, people just act kind of weird. Nobody says anything, but they're looking around a lot."
George raised an eyebrow. "You always this observant?" Owen thought about it.
"Observant?"
Crichton huffed again, ears flicking slightly. "It means you notice things," George said.
Owen grinned. I noticed lots of things, yeah."
"Well, maybe I'll put you on payroll," George began. "But until then, get out of my desk." Owen smiled and slid out of the chair without a word. Crichton followed him, tail swishing low. The front door creaked open a few seconds later. "There you are," David Winters said, stepping in.
I told you to stay close."
Owen pointed a finger at George.
"He let me in."
David gave George a look. "Is that true, Sheriff?" Sheriff George Lost shrugged. David exhaled, shook his head. "You bothering him?" Owen shook his head.
"Well, did you eat yet?"
Another shake.
"All right, go let Crichton out for a minute," David began. "And don't throw anything."
Owen gave a quick nod, grabbed the leash from the wall, and led the dog outside. The door clanged shut behind them. David watched it for a beat, then turned back toward George. His voice dropped. She was in his class, Samantha." George nodded once. "He hasn't said much," David added. "Not about her, not about any of it." "He's young," George said. "Yeah," David began. "Still feels like he knows more than he lets on, though, They stood in silence for a moment. Outside, through the front window, They could see Owen walking the dog and staying close. "You think we'll find her?" David asked. George didn't answer right away, and then finally admitted, "I don't know." David leaned against the edge of the desk, arms crossed. "It feels like the kind of thing we should know." George didn't respond. Outside, Owen jogged a little ahead of Crichton, holding the leash loosely. The dog didn't seem to mind, just stayed at his side, ears up, watching everything. "You ever think," David said after a minute, "that maybe we were better off not knowing what was out there? Like back when we were kids. You just assumed somebody else would handle it." George glanced at him. "We are the someone." "Yeah, that's the problem," David said. The station creaked faintly, one of those sounds old buildings make when they settle or remember. George stared at the window a while longer, watching Owen crouch down to tie his shoe, and Crichton nose at something in the grass. "He doesn't ask about her," David said quietly. "Not directly. But he knows. He knows she's gone." George nodded. "I don't know how to talk to him about it, You'd think after losing Claire I'd be better at this stuff, but..." David paused, cutting himself off. George waited, but nothing else came. Claire had been his friend too. They'd all been a group once. David hadn't said her name in a long time, and it was good to hear it again. She had died, but she wasn't gone. David gave a small smile, the first one since he walked in. The moment held, quiet, heavy, and just before it could fully settle, the radio crackled.
"Sheriff Lost, you copy?"
George stepped forward and picked it up. "Yeah, go ahead."
"It's Mendez,"
came the voice.
"We've got another one. 8-year-old boy, Josh Maddox. Parents said he was riding his bike near the lake at Palmer's Bluff. That was about 40 minutes ago. No sign of him since."
George's grip tightened on the receiver. "Is there a search party yet?"
"Already started. Found the bike tipped over, that's it," Mendez replied.
George set the radio down. David was already on his feet. "You want company?" George looked at him. "You sure?" David gave a quick nod. "Yeah, Owen's grandpa's 2 stores over. I'll flag him on the way out. Have him take the kid home." George didn't argue, and the door shut behind them. Sheriff Lost stepped out into the late afternoon sun, the wind catching the edge of his jacket. David followed close behind, both men walking with purpose toward the cruiser. As George slid into the driver's seat, he keyed the mic on the dashboard. "Mendez, it's Sheriff Lost. We're en route now, ETA 6 minutes.
"Copy that, Sheriff,"
came the reply.
"I've got 2 deputies canvassing the bluff, but no sign of the kid yet."
David buckled his seatbelt. "Josh Maddox, that's one of Owen's classmates." George nodded. "Yeah, I remember the name from the school visits." They pulled out onto the main road, lights flashing but no siren. Daggerlin wasn't big enough to need one. Everyone moved over when they saw the cruiser anyway. Palmer's Bluff was just north of the main beach, a rocky outcrop that jutted into the lake like a bent finger. It wasn't far, a 10-minute ride on a normal day, shorter if you pushed the limit. David scanned the side streets as they passed, his fingers drumming against his leg. You think it's the same thing?" he asked. George didn't answer right away. The truth was, he did. Deep down in that part of his gut that only ever spoke when something was really wrong, but saying it out loud made it too real. "We'll see when we get there," he said instead. As they turned off the main road, the trees thinned and the lake came into view, wide, flat, and still gleaming under the late sun. A few figures moved near the edge of the bluff, one of them raising a hand as they approached. George parked near the old split rail fence and stepped out. Mendez met them halfway, hair tied back, clipboard tucked under one arm. "Hey, parents said he was riding along the trail. They lost sight of him for just a minute," Mendez began. "Deputies found the bike, but no sign of Josh." "All right, where's the bike?" George asked. "Down near the path split. Come on," Mendez replied. They followed her through the brush, boots crunching softly on gravel and leaves. The trail sloped downward, veering toward a low clearing where the path forked. There, laying on its side just off the trail, was a small red bike. No scuffs, no skid marks. Just lying there like the boy had stepped off and wandered into the woods. George crouched beside it, fingers brushing the handlebars. No sign of a struggle. "Well, nothing obvious," Mendez began. "Just this, and his backpack about 10 feet that way." George stood, squinting toward the waterline. The wind was stronger now, not rough, but steady. It carried the faint smell of algae and driftwood, something sour underneath. He turned to David. "All right, let's split up. You take the bluff, I'll check the trail past the bend." David nodded and headed up the slope without a word, moving quick. George lingered. There was something off here, something quiet in the way the birds weren't singing, something about how the bike just sat there. And then he saw it. Near the edge of the clearing, a line of small footprints, half faded, pressed into the wet ground, heading toward the trees. And then nothing. Just the lake. George crouched, scanning the shoreline. The mud near the edge was dark and slick, but no obvious drag marks cut across it. He moved slowly, eyes adjusting to the glare of the late-day sun on the water. "Josh," he called, keeping his voice steady. "It's Sheriff Lost. You out here?" Silence. George followed the line of footprints again. They stopped barely 2 feet from where the reeds began. Something about the way they ended bothered him. No stagger, no shift in weight, no turn back toward the trail. Just gone. He straightened and looked out over the lake. The water was calm, but a faint ripple moved against the wind near the edge. It was subtle, almost easy to miss, like something had disturbed the surface and then slipped under. A branch cracked somewhere in the brush to his right. George turned, hand hovering near his sidearm. "Josh?" A small figure stepped out. Mud streaked the boy's cheeks, and his hair stuck up in clumps. He clutched something against his chest, a worn backpack, zipper half open. "Hey," George said softly. "You okay?" Josh didn't answer. His eyes darted past George, toward the water. Footsteps pounded down the slope. David appeared at George's shoulder, breathing hard. Relief crossed his face when he saw the boy. "Josh, hey kid, your mom's looking all over for you." Josh didn't move. His lips parted slightly, and for a second George thought he might say something. But then the ripple on the lake grew. It started maybe 20 feet out, pushing toward shore. Sunlight caught on something dark just beneath the surface. The movement was smooth, deliberate, not the random slosh of a current. As it came closer, the water shallowed just enough for a shape to break through. The head came first, sleek, black, wet, followed by shoulders that rolled unnaturally as they rose. Long arms ended in claws that scraped at the sand, and the mouth, it was full of very sharp teeth, curled into something like a grin. David spoke first. "What the hell is that?" Josh took a step back. David moved in front of him, one hand out to nudge him farther from the water. George stayed rooted, eyes locked on the thing as it stepped from the shallows. Each claw dug into the damp ground. It didn't rush. It didn't posture. It just kept walking, slow and certain, that grin never leaving its face. Sheriff?" David said. But George didn't answer. His hand was already on his holster, thumb flicking the strap free. The creature stepped closer. The wet slosh of its feet against the sand was louder than it should have been. 2 more slow steps, claws sinking into the mud. Another step. The water line was behind it now. George fired a warning shot, but the thing kept moving. Then another. A puff of mist and black water kicked up from the creature's shoulder, but it didn't even flinch. George fired again, center mass. This time he saw the round hit, a small burst just under its collarbone. The creature staggered, just a fraction, but its grin stayed. Another step. "George," David muttered. Another shot rang out. The round hit dead in the chest, right where a man's heart would be. The creature looked down for a moment, then back up. George took a half step backward, boots crunching in the sand. He'd seen men get shot and keep moving before. Adrenaline, bad drugs, worse luck. But this was different. There was no pain in those eyes. No fear. The thing lifted one long claw and tapped the spot where the bullet had hit. Josh whimpered behind David. "Get him out of here," George said without looking away. David's hand tightened on Josh's shoulder. "And leave you?" "Now, Dave," George said. "Go." The creature took another step. The water behind it lapped quietly at the shore. David grabbed Josh by the arm and moved fast, hauling him toward the trail without another word. The boy stumbled once in the sand, but didn't complain. Within seconds, they were swallowed by the trees, their footsteps fading. George adjusted his stance, bringing the pistol back up. The creature watched them go, then turned its attention fully to him. That grin stayed fixed, water dripping steadily from its chin and the ragged tips of its claws. It took a step closer. George fired once, a clean center mass shot. The round hit with a wet thump, kicking up a spray of brackish fluid. The thing staggered, but only for a heartbeat before straightening again. Another step. George fired again. The bullet punched into its side. No reaction. George backed up 2 steps, keeping his sights locked. His boots found firmer ground near the grass line, and he planted himself there. He wasn't giving it the beach. 20 feet out. 15. The grin widened until it seemed to split its face. It tapped one long claw against the hole in its chest, smearing the black fluid there, and then let out a slow exhale. 10 feet. George's finger tightened on the trigger. The creature smiled. Its claws flexed slightly, dragging lines in the wet sand. It was close now. And then from behind, muffled at first, came voices. Men and women calling through the trees, footsteps crunching on the brush, the unmistakable sound of more than one person moving quick. "Sheriff?" "Mendez." "Over here," George said, eyes still locked on the thing. The creature's gaze shifted, not toward the sound, but back to him, like the rest of the world didn't exist. The voices grew louder. Branches snapped. Boots hit the sand somewhere behind him. George blinked once. He angled his head to call again, and when he turned back, the shoreline was empty. No ripple on the water. No churned mud where it had stood. Just a calm lake and the faint imprint of claws in the sand, already filling with dark water that seeped in from the tide. He held his gun up a second longer, scanning the surface for any break, any shadow. But there was nothing. Mendez was the first down the slope, her boots skidding slightly in the damp sand. She stopped a few feet from him, chest rising and falling. "What happened?" she asked, eyes scanning the lake. George kept his gaze fixed on the water. "It was here." "What was?" Mendez asked. The rest of the deputies were spilling out of the beach now, their flashlights already cutting over the sand and reeds. None of them looked toward the water like they expected to see anything. "I don't see anything," Mendez said, stepping closer. "Was it the kid?" George shook his head. "No, not the kid." She followed his stare out to the lake. "Then what?" George finally looked at her, the weight in his expression making her pause. Mendez glanced back at the calm water, then to the wet claw marks near his feet. She crouched, touching the edge with her fingers. "These weren't here earlier." "No," George began. "They weren't." The wind shifted, colder now, carrying the faint smell of the lake up around them. Somewhere in the trees, someone called that they'd found David and Josh. George stared out at the water. "Let's get everyone off the beach." The meeting hall on Main Street wasn't built for crowds, but by 6 o'clock the following night, every folding chair was taken. A few people stood in the back, arms crossed, murmuring under their breath. The overhead lights gave everything a faint yellow cast, and the smell of coffee from the refreshment table hung in the air. George stood near the front, leaning on the podium like he'd rather be anywhere else. Mendez was off to his left, talking quietly with two deputies. David sat in the second row, Owen at home with his grandfather. "All right," George began. "Thanks for coming on short notice. I know folks have things to do, but this is important." A man in the back raised a hand. "Is this about Samantha?" George's jaw tightened. "Yeah, it's about her, and it's about Josh Maddox." That got the room talking again. A ripple of voices, quick and tense. George waited for it to die down. "I'm gonna be straight with you. 2 kids have gone missing near the lake in the last 3 days. 1 is still missing. 1 was found today, alive. For now, that's all I'm gonna say about the details." A woman in the third row frowned. You mean the lake's not safe? George scanned the room, meeting eyes where he could. I mean this. Effective immediately, I'm asking everyone to stay away from the water. No fishing, no walking the shore, no late-night boating. Keep your kids away from the bluffs and the waterline day or night. If you see anything unusual, I don't care if it's a person, an animal, anything, you call my office right away. Do not check it out yourself. The room fell quiet, but the unease was palpable. From tonight on, there's a curfew at 8 p.m. If you have to be out past that, you call my office and we'll send someone to help you. This is just until we've got a better handle on things. An older man in a work coat stood up. George, we've lived here all our lives. You telling us we're not safe in our own town? I'm telling you to use your head, Jim, George began. Until we know what's going on, we need to be safe. No one moved to argue. A few nodded reluctantly. All right, that's all, George said. When the meeting broke, most people filed out quickly. Conversations kept to low murmurs. George stayed at the front, watching them go, until only a handful remained. David, Mendez, and 2 deputies. Mendez stepped closer. You think they'll listen? I don't know, George replied. Mendez pulled a chair closer to the podium and sat, resting her forearms on her knees. All right. What happened out there today? You've been dancing around it since I called you. George walked to the refreshment table, poured himself a coffee that had been sitting too long, and took a slow sip. You wouldn't believe me. Try me, Mendez said. David was leaning against the wall, arms crossed, his expression tight. I saw it too. Saw what? Mendez asked. George finally turned toward him. There was something in the water. It was tall. Had claws, he said. Mendez tilted her head. An animal? No, George began. It was standing upright. I think it was smiling. David's eyes flicked to the floor. George fired. Hit it once right in the chest. Didn't even slow it down. Mendez's mouth worked for a second before any words came out. And you're sure you weren't hallucinating? No, George said. It was there. And it was real. Nobody spoke for a long moment. Mendez rubbed at the bridge of her nose. So what's the plan? I don't know yet. But for now we keep people away from the lake, George said. And we stay ready. David pushed off the wall. If it comes back, I am not waiting for it to make the first move. George met his eyes, and for a moment the sheriff's tired expression hardened into something else. He thought of Josh. He'd taken the little boy home after what happened, and he was safe. But George thought of what might have happened if they'd been just 1 minute later. He shuddered. Outside, the night settled over Daggerlin like a heavy blanket. The town hall had emptied out, leaving just the hum of old lights and the distant hush of the lake beyond. George took a breath, feeling the weight of the evening settle on his shoulders. They filed out quietly, leaving George alone in the stillness. For a moment, he just listened to the faint creak of the old building, to the distant lap of water against the shore. He reached for his sheriff's hat from the table, setting it low on his brow, His hand lingered there for a second before he stepped out into the cool night air. The street was empty, the kind of stillness that felt earned after a long day. Porch lights dotted the block, and somewhere far off, a screen door clapped shut. And then it came, a sound drifting from the direction of Lake Erie. Low at first, almost like the wind catching in a hollow log, and then rising into something else. It didn't belong to any bird or animal George had ever heard, and it carried too far across the water to be an accident. He stood there, listening until the sound died out, leaving only the faint lap of water against the shore. He'd told Laura to stay at her mother's in Youngstown, a bit of a drive, but at least it was inland. As for him, he'd be staying. It was his responsibility to watch over the town of Daggerlin. George stepped back inside, checked the load in his revolver, and poured himself a fresh cup of coffee. It was going to be a long night. Missing persons cases are different in a place like Daggerlin. In Westlake or even North Olmsted, a kid goes missing and there's helicopters, news crews, half the city looking. Here, he had a couple deputies, some volunteers, and whatever neighbors are still willing to tromp through the woods with a flashlight after dark. Most times, they don't find much. The thing is, these cases are almost worse than murders. With a murder, at least there's an answer. A body, a suspect, something that closes the loop. A missing person leaves nothing but an empty space. No proof of death, no proof of life, just the gnawing thought that maybe they're still out there. In a town like this, that uncertainty spreads like a layer of underlying rot. Jenny Harper had been at the town meeting that evening, sitting stiff-backed in the folding chair while Sheriff George Lost laid down the rules. No going near the lake after dark. No walking alone along the shoreline. No children near the water. If you see something strange, call the sheriff immediately. He didn't sugarcoat it. There was something out there. She'd come home with those words burned into her brain, repeating them to herself like a talisman, as she locked up the bakery, again as she drove home, and again as she walked through the front door. Now at home in her kitchen, she recited the sheriff's rules word for word while she wiped down already clean counters. No lake road after sundown, she said, scrubbing a spot that wasn't there. No water past your knees. If you hear something calling your name, don't answer. Daniel Harper leaned on the doorway, arms crossed. He'd heard it all 3 times already. Jenny, he said, the kids aren't going near the lake. We got school, work, life. Look, baby, we don't need to turn this into some kind of... The sheriff is not a hysterical man, she cut in. If he wants to lock up the town, it's because he's seen something. You weren't at the meeting. You didn't see his face. Look, Daniel began. What I see is you going overboard. Locks are fine, honey. Rules are fine, but you're talking like... I want us out of here, she said suddenly. Just for a few days. We can go to my mom's in Cleveland. We can take the kids and we can stay there until things calm down. Daniel frowned at that. That's almost a 2-hour drive at night. It's safer than staying here, she replied. Her eyes flicked toward Tyler and Megan at the table, silently eating their dinner. Tyler looked up at the word safer, but Megan kept her head down, fingers wrapped tightly around her fork. Jenny noticed the fork. She noticed everything. A cabinet door left ajar. the way the salt shaker had been moved 2 inches from where she'd left it. The crumbs that clung to the cutting board, no matter how many times she wiped it. Once she spotted something out of place, she couldn't let it go, not until it was fixed. Daniel had lost count of the number of times she'd stopped mid-conversation to straighten a picture frame or refold a dish towel. It wasn't just neatness. It was her way of keeping her fears under control. When the world got messy, when things happened that you couldn't explain or stop, she doubled down on the things she could. A crooked lampshade might get 3 separate adjustments before she was satisfied. She'd check the locks, then check them again, then run her fingers over the deadbolt just to feel it was right. That same restlessness was in her voice now. Daniel hesitated. Then he nodded. He knew his wife and he loved her, but Daniel understood that she wouldn't stop worrying until they left. Okay, honey, okay. We'll pack up and go. Jenny moved fast, because moving fast kept her from thinking too much. She made piles on the bed, 1 per person, shirts folded the same way, socks nested heel to toe, toothbrushes zipped into clear bags. She wrote a list on the back of a bakery receipt. Chargers, inhaler, snacks, water, cash. Underneath, she wrote the sheriff's exact rules in cramped block letters and tore the receipt free. Taking her first load out to the car, she taped it to the dash with a strip of blue painter's tape from the junk drawer. Her son Tyler stuffed a flashlight and his monster book into his backpack. He hovered in the doorway, half excited, half pretending he wasn't. Are we really going to Grandma's? For a few days, Jenny said. Shoes on, come on, hoodie. Her daughter Megan padded down the hall, hugging a stuffed rabbit with 1 flattened ear. Does Grandma have nightlights? She asked. She does now, Jenny said, smiling, and dropped 2 plug-ins into the bag. Daniel did a pass for cables in his laptop. He glanced at the answering machine with 2 red blips and hit play. Mendez's voice from the station, asking folks to respect the curfew. Another from a neighbor saying the meeting got pretty serious. He deleted both and grabbed the car keys. At the door, Jenny set her palm on the deadbolt, pressed, counted to 4. She tugged the handle twice, breathed, then tugged it a 3rd time. Daniel could have teased her, but he didn't. He opened the garage instead. They finished loading the SUV. Jenny buckled Megan, then checked the buckle, then slid the strap flat because twists meant bruises. She did the same for Tyler, ignoring his eye roll. Daniel started the engine, and they rolled out slowly, tires thumping quietly on the seam at the end of the driveway, and hummed away into the night. The headlights washed over the neighborhood as they drove. They took a right at the main road and made it a half mile before stopping at the temporary sign someone from the county had bolted onto a post. Lake Road closed after dusk, by order of the sheriff. The metal looked fresh, the letters stark. They didn't have a choice. This was the only way out to I-90 West into Cleveland. Windows up, Jenny said, her eyes fixed straight ahead. We don't stop for anything. She took her husband's hand as they slowly pulled past the sign and onto Lake Road. Houses thinned, replaced by long stretches of scrub and the occasional dock lane arrowing toward the dark water. Far out, a buoy bell clanged once, a lonely sound carried up by a wind that smelled faintly metallic. Daniel watched Jenny's profile, how she scanned the shoulder, then the mirror, then the dash like a pilot before takeoff. The painter's tape with the sheriff's rules fluttered whenever the vents clicked on. Lake Road was narrow here, hemmed in by brush on the left and the steep drop to the water on the right. Guardrails ran in broken segments, their reflectors catching the headlights in quick white blinks. Between them, the lake showed through, black and endless, its surface rippling just enough to break up the moon's reflection. Every so often, the beam swept over a dock lane, plunging toward the water. Most were chained off, but a few stood open, the gravel shining faintly in the low light. Daniel kept his eyes forward, hands steady on the wheel, but Jenny noticed how his jaw shifted every time one came up. The road felt quieter than it should have. Even the tires seemed muted. Somewhere out on the lake, the buoy bell gave a single hollow clang. In the back seat, Tyler leaned forward, eyes bright. Josh said he saw a monster in the water. A real monster. His tone a mix of excitement and disbelief, like he wanted it to be true. Daniel grinned without taking his eyes off the road. There's no monsters, Tyler. He let the pause stretch. Except if you count Grandma. Tyler snorted. Megan giggled into a rabbit. Daniel leaned over just far enough to kiss Jenny on the cheek. I'm kidding, honey. You know I love your mother. Jenny shook her head, but didn't hide her smile. Uh-huh. They rounded the next bend, and that was when the headlights flickered, once, then again, before the dash lights dimmed and the SUV gave a low, shuddering cough. Daniel's eyes darted to the gauges. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. The engine sputtered, caught for half a second, then died completely. The power steering went with it, forcing Daniel to muscle the wheel as the SUV coasted forward in silence. The only sound now was the faint hiss of the tires on asphalt. Jenny's smile was gone. What is it? I don't know, honey. Battery, fuel pump, I don't know, Daniel said, guiding them toward the shoulder. He braked, and the SUV rolled to a stop beside a section of guardrail. Beyond it, the slope dropped steeply into a tangle of brush and black water. The moon shimmered faintly on the lake's surface below. Daniel set the shifter in park, killed the lights, and exhaled. Stay here, I'll check under the hood. Jenny unbuckled halfway. Call the sheriff first. I will, honey, I will, he said, already reaching for his phone as he pushed the door open. Cold air slid in immediately, smelling sharper this close to the water. Daniel's boots scuffed the pavement as he walked around to the front. He popped the hood. The hinges gave a dry squeal. Jenny rebuckled, glanced back at the kids. You both stay strapped in. Tyler was craning his neck to see past her shoulder, but Megan had sunk low, rabbit pressed close to her face. Jenny reached back, squeezed her knee, then pulled her own phone out. No bars. Outside, Daniel angled his body away from the windshield, the phone cupped to his ear. He nodded at something, kicked at the gravel, then disappeared a little farther up the shoulder. Jenny tried to see him through the side mirror, but the angle just caught the glare of their own taillights bouncing off the guardrail. She tapped her thumb on the wheel, eyes flicking between the mirror and the kids. The seconds drew out. The lake breathed against the rocks somewhere below, a slow sucking sound like water pulling at weeds. Once, a faint splash carried up, too big for a fish, too quick for a wave. Jenny told herself it was nothing. A pair of headlights swept around the far bend behind them, far enough away that they looked like two pinpricks moving through the trees. The glow grew, sliding across the inside of the SUV like a slow searchlight. Jenny sat up a little, thinking maybe it would stop. The beams climbed the curve of the guardrail, spilling silver over the hood. For a moment, the interior of the car felt warmer, safer, simply because another human being was out there in the dark with them. And then the light shifted. The vehicle behind them drifted toward the center line, its high beams momentarily bleaching the inside of the SUV so bright Jenny had to blink. She caught the profile of the driver, or thought she did, but it was gone too fast to be certain. The tires hissed past without slowing, the receding glow washing over the curve ahead before vanishing completely. And just like that, they were alone again. The darkness didn't just come back. It seemed to fold over them, thicker than before. The only light left was the anemic glow from the dash and the pale silver of the moon on the lake below. Jenny listened for the sound of the other car, an engine, anything. But all she heard was the faint slap of the water against rocks. She glanced at the clock on the dash. A little after midnight. Daniel had been outside for what, 3, 4 minutes? She thought about getting out, but her stomach tightened at the idea of standing on that shoulder with a lake yawning beside her. The driver's door opened again, and Daniel leaned in. "All right, well, Marcus is on his way." Jenny blinked at that. "Marcus?" Yeah, he's closer than the sheriff, He can be here in 15, Daniel replied, before quickly shutting the door before she could argue and going back to the hood. Jenny stared out in shock. Her husband had not called the sheriff. Jenny sat there for a beat, pulse ticking in her ears. Then she unbuckled, shoved the door open, and stepped out into the cold. The slam echoed along the guardrail and out toward the water. Daniel straightened from the engine bay, his expression already bracing for it. "Jenny, you called Marcus?" she interrupted, striding toward him. "We're stuck on Lake Road in the middle of the night, and you call a mechanic instead of the sheriff." "Jenny, he's closer, okay? He can tow us out faster." "That's not the point," she replied. She was pacing now, hands tight at her sides. "The sheriff knows what's been happening out here. He knows what's in that lake." Daniel rubbed a hand over his jaw. "Oh my God, honey. And what's he gonna do? Show up with a net? If something's out there, George Lost isn't gonna save us any faster than Marcus can." She turned on him, eyes sharp. "You weren't at the meeting? You didn't see his face?" The wind came in off the lake, bringing that wet metal smell again. Jenny walked a few paces toward the guardrail, then back toward the SUV, her boots crunching on grit. "Jenny," Daniel warned, glancing toward the kids through the windshield. "You're scaring them." "I'm not the one," she started. But the rest never came. Something dark shot across the road, so fast it barely had shape. Just motion and weight, and the sickening thud of impact. Jenny's body jerked sideways and was gone, yanked off her feet and into the blackness beyond the guardrail before Daniel could even shout. One heartbeat she was there, pacing in the beam of the headlights. The next, there was nothing but the sound of gravel skittering over the edge and the faint slap of water below. "Jenny?" Daniel's voice cracked. He ran toward the rail, heart hammering, trying to make sense of what he'd just seen. But the space where she'd been was empty, headlights burning on nothing, the cold air swallowing his breath. From the SUV, the little girl started to scream. Daniel spun toward them, caught their wide, tear-filled eyes in the headlights' glare, then vaulted the guardrail without thinking. His boots hit the loose gravel on the far side, sliding a half step before he caught himself and started down the slope. It was steeper than it looked. The ground gave way under his heels, clumps of frozen dirt and stones tumbling toward the water. He used one hand to brace against the brush, the other out in front, ready to grab her if he saw her. "Jenny!" His voice came back to him smaller than he expected, swallowed by the cold air. The lake was a dark mirror at the bottom, the moonlight wavering across its surface. He scanned the shoreline for movement, a ripple, a shadow, anything. But it was just black water breathing against the rocks. Another few yards down, and the smell hit him. Sharp. Wet. It clung to the back of his throat. His breath puffed in quick bursts as he kept moving, the sound of the kids crying fading behind him. Then, from somewhere just out of sight to his left, came the faintest splash. Not the lazy slap of water against stone, but a clean, deliberate drop. Daniel froze, every muscle tight. "Jenny?" No answer. Just the water and the wind. He took another cautious step toward the sound, his boots crunching against the gravel. Moonlight caught movement ahead. A shape, low to the ground, its outline broken and hunched. For a heartbeat, Daniel's brain refused to process what he was seeing. Then it shifted, and he saw the trail. A dark smear glistened on the pale stones, leading from the base of the slope to the water's edge. His eyes followed it, and the air seemed to drain out of his lungs. Jenny lay face down at the end of it, her arms limp, her hair dragging in the sand. Something was dragging her. Its claws were sunk deep into her calves, hooked through denim and skin, and it moved in a strange, halting shamble. It moved deliberately, without haste, like it'd done this many times before. Each lurch dragged her another foot toward the lake, the tip of her shoes leaving shallow furrows in the wet gravel. The thing kept dragging her until the black water lapped at her knees, never looking back, never loosening its grip. Daniel thought for a strange, disjointed moment that there was something almost playful in the way it moved. It wasn't just hauling her, it was savoring it. The sway of its shoulders, the little hitch before each step. It made it look like it was keeping time to music. A memory surfaced, uninvited. A reality show he'd caught on TV a few nights back, where a couple was doing the tango. That same deliberate, side-to-side rhythm, the controlled steps, the flourish at the end. This thing was doing that, but with his wife's blood trailing behind it. Daniel's mind flicked between disbelief and rage, but his body was already moving. His hand went to his pocket, fingers closing around the slim handle of his pocket knife. He snapped the blade open without looking, the metallic click sounding small against the water's hush. "Hey," he called. That was all he could think to say. The thing stopped mid-step. Its head swiveled toward him in one slow, fluid motion. Moonlight caught its face, and there it was. Teeth too long, a grin too wide, as if the sight of Daniel was funny. Terror surged cold through Daniel's chest, but he was already moving, splashing into the shallows. The lake swallowed his boots in a single step. Then the water was at his thighs, then his waist. He kicked off the bottom and swam hard, eyes locked on Jenny's still form as the ripples closed over her. The creature didn't move. It just waited. Inside the SUV, Tyler and Megan sat frozen in their seats. The headlights still burned down the empty stretch of road ahead, but it felt darker somehow, as if the light didn't reach as far as it should. Megan sniffled, clutching her rabbit so tightly her knuckles went white. "Where's Mom and Dad?" she whispered. Tyler shook his head. He didn't want to answer because he didn't know, and because saying it out loud might make it real. The car was too quiet. The only sound was the faint tick of the cooling engine and their own breathing. Every so often, a gust of wind rattled the branches along the slope, and Megan would flinch. Tyler gripped his flashlight tighter, angling it toward the floorboard so its glow didn't spill onto the windows. He kept telling himself not to look toward the water. Megan sniffled again. "I don't like it here." Neither of them moved. Then, under the soft rhythm of the waves, came another sound. Low at first, almost like distant thunder. It grew, a steady, throaty rumble rolling over the curve of the road. Tyler's eyes shot to the rearview mirror, but the darkness there stayed unbroken. The noise swelled, joined by the faint crunch of tires on gravel. Headlights crested the bend behind them, washing through the SUV's interior like daylight. Megan let out a shaky breath. It was a pickup truck. The truck's engine idled low, filling the silence with a heavy hum. Its headlights stretched long across the guardrail, cutting sharp shadows into the slope. Megan pressed closer to Tyler, clutching her rabbit to her chin. Her eyes stayed locked on the rear window until a shape moved across the beams. A man stepped in the light, his limp pronounced as he came forward. His coat hung heavy around his shoulders, and in his hand, a small toolbox clinked with every uneven step. Marcus Wilkins, the town mechanic. Marcus looked older than his years, though no one could quite pin down how old he actually was. Thin but wiry, his frame had the kind of strength that came from decades of lifting car parts and tires rather than gym weights. His shoulders carried a permanent stoop, and he favored his left leg with a subtle limp that made his gait uneven. His hands told the story most clearly, bent at the knuckles, stiff with arthritis, yet still strong enough to wrench a bolt free when no one else could. Grease was embedded so deep into his skin that it never fully washed out. Even his fingernails carried permanent stains, like shadows he couldn't scrub away. His face was sunken but sharp, with hollow cheeks and eyes that seemed both weary and alert at the same time. His thinning hair, once black, was now almost completely gray, and he wore it cropped short to keep it out of his work. Despite the wear, there was a steadiness about him. A man who knew every rattle and cough of his customers' cars, and who carried that knowledge like armor. He'd lost his wife the previous spring, brain cancer taking her slowly. Since then, Marcus had driven his old truck more, always on the lookout for work to keep himself busy. His only son, Tommy, lived out on the Pennsylvania coast, visiting maybe once a year. Marcus didn't hold it against him. His son had his own family, his own life. But that did mean the shop was quieter than it used to be, and Marcus filled the silence the only way he knew how, with work. And not just paying work. Somewhere along the line, kids in town had figured out that if your bike chain snapped or your handlebars wouldn't straighten, Marcus was the one who could fix it. No charge, no lecture, just a nod, a few turns of a wrench, and the thing was working better than new. Word got around, and before long it became something of a ritual. A bent frame or broken pedal meant a trip to Marcus's shop. He'd even fixed up little Tyler Harper's bike last year. The boy probably didn't even remember. It was just one of those small-town miracles kids take for granted. But Marcus remembered. He remembered every chain he'd set back on its sprocket, every wheel he'd trued. And the very same man who'd once mended what Tyler thought was an impossibly broken bicycle was about to save his life. Marcus stopped at the side of the SUV, bending to peer through the glass. His face was tired, worn by years of hard work and long winters, but steady in a way that made Tyler's chest loosen just a little. "You kids all right in there?" His voice was muffled through the glass, but calm, normal, like this was just another breakdown on just another night. "Where's Mom and Dad?" Megan's voice wavered before Tyler could answer. There's a monster," she blurted. Too fast, like if she didn't get it out, she'd choke on it. Her small hands clutched at her brother's sleeve. "It took Mom." The words hit the glass, muffled, broken by her trembling breath. To Marcus, it was like hearing through a storm window, half-swallowed syllables, jagged with panic. He caught only fragments. Monster. Mom. He leaned closer, cupping a hand around his ear against the glass. "Say again?" His voice was steady, though his heart thumped a bit harder in his chest. Tyler shook his head violently, pulling Megan closer, like the very air outside might grab her. Marcus raised a palm, slow and calm, then motioned to the lock with 2 fingers. "All right, come on. It's okay," he said. "Open up now." For a long moment, nothing moved inside. Just 2 pale faces staring back, eyes wide, chest heaving. Then, with a tiny metallic click, the lock slid. Marcus eased the door open before they could change their minds. "All right, come on," he murmured, helping Megan down first, then Tyler. His big hands steadying them both, as if they were made of glass. He guided them toward his truck, his body angled between them and the darkness at the tree line. "All right, get in now," he said. "You're safe. I'll take care of you." He got them into the backseat of his truck, closing the door with a gentle but firm click. Megan clutched Tyler's arm so tightly her knuckles whitened. Both of them pressed together in the dark cab like they thought the glass might shatter at any second. Marcus gave them a steady nod, a half smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, before circling around to the driver's side. He slid behind the wheel, fished the radio handset off its clip, and thumbed the button. "Hey, Sheriff's Office, this is Marcus Wilkins out on Old Lake Road. I got 2 kids here, scared out of their minds. Something happened. I need somebody out here soon as possible." A burst of static, then a woman's voice crackled back through the line.
"Marcus, this is Mendez. Sit tight and I'll get a unit to you right away. Where exactly are you?"
"Well, we're a couple miles past Palmer's Bluff," he began, his eyes flicking to the side mirror, scanning the tree line. "Pulled over by a black SUV. Kids were inside. Their parents..." He paused, realizing that the kids were listening. "Well, we just need help right away," he finished. There was the briefest pause before Mendez came back, her tone sharper now.
"Copy that. Stay put, Marcus. Sending someone out now."
Marcus let the handset rest in his lap, staring out into the darkness beyond his headlights. His gut twisted. The kids were safe for the moment, but the night out here felt wrong. He took a slow breath, then glanced back at the 2 small faces peering over the seat, eyes wide and waiting. "You 2 just sit tight," he said, voice softer. "Help's on the way." He leaned a little closer over the seat. "Tell me what happened." Tyler opened his mouth, then shut it again. His eyes darted to Megan, who clutched her rabbit tight. Finally, he said, "Something took them." Marcus's jaw tightened. "Took them where?" "To the water," Megan whispered. He reached over to the passenger seat, fingers closing around the long-handled wrench lying there. The weight was solid, familiar. He slid out of the cab, boots crunching gravel, and glanced back at the kids. "Don't open these doors," he said firmly, "unless it's me or the sheriff." He hesitated a beat, thinking of the children, and then added, "You know, when I get scared, I squeeze my hand into a fist. Reminds me I'm still here." He gave them the faintest wink and shut the door behind him. Marcus limped toward the guardrail, the wrench loose but ready in his hand. He stopped at the edge, where the headlights bled pale light across the brush, and leaned over. Down below, the beach glistened in strips of moonlight, the lake lapping slow and steady against the stones. He squinted, searching the shoreline. Marcus narrowed his eyes. Something was lying there, a pale shape against the darker gravel. For a moment, he thought it might just be driftwood. But then he saw an arm, a body. He glanced back in the direction of the tow truck. Two small faces pressed to the glass, waiting. Marcus lifted the wrench in a little half wave, stay put, and swung one leg over the guardrail. His boot slipped on the gravel slope, but he caught himself and began working his way down toward the shoreline, slow and careful, the wrench still gripped tight. The air grew colder the closer he got to the lake. The sound of the waves slowly lapping against the rocks was all he could hear now. At the bottom, the stones crunched underfoot. The body lay sprawled at the edge of the tide, hair dark and wet, limbs at odd angles. Marcus approached, his limp pronounced in the shifting gravel. "Hello?" he called softly, though he already knew there'd be no answer. The figure didn't move. He crouched, bracing himself on the wrench, and in the moonlight he saw the face of a woman. Tall, maybe 5'8", he figured, with dark hair plastered across her cheek, her eyes half open and clouded. Marcus's gut tightened. He swallowed hard, forcing himself closer. Her blouse was torn open across the torso, the fabric soaked through and clinging to the skin beneath. At first, it looked like some dark bruise spreading across her right side, until he realized it wasn't bruising at all. It was absence. The flesh beneath her ribs had been ripped open, the cavity raw and hollow. There was no blood pooling, no frantic bleeding the way an injury should have looked. Just a gaping, ragged space where something had been carved out. Inside the tow truck, Tyler and Megan waited in silence. The dome light had clicked off, leaving them lit only by the faint green glow of the dash and the wash of headlights cutting into the night. Megan clutched her rabbit so tight her knuckles ached. Tyler stared straight ahead, trying to keep his breath steady, trying not to think about how long Marcus had been gone. And then a thump, heavy, deliberate, somewhere outside in the gravel. Both of them froze. Another thump, closer this time. Footsteps. Big ones. Megan's eyes widened. "It's him," she whispered, voice thin with hope. "It's the man that helped us." Tyler wanted to believe it. He craned his neck toward the side window. "Yeah, it's just him. Has to be." But when they turned, All they saw was darkness beyond the glass. Something stood there, close enough that its bulk blotted out the reflection of the trees. They couldn't see its face. It was too tall, the top half hidden in shadow above the window line. Only its outline was visible, a slanted shoulder, the rise and fall of something breathing slow and steady. Tyler's heart hammered in his chest. Megan shrank back, her rabbit pulled up beneath her chin. A hand moved. No, not a hand. Longer. A claw. It slid slowly across the glass with a wet, dragging sound. The smear it left behind was dark, streaking through the fogged surface in slow strokes. One line. Another. Then another, looping back around. The kids watched in horror as letters began to form. Their breath fogged the inside, while the thing smeared from the outside. The letters crooked, but unmistakable. It read, "Hello." Megan whimpered, a high, choked sound. But before Tyler could shush her, the figure shifted. The weight outside pressed forward. In an instant, the window was filled, face mashed flat against the glass, grin wide. The eyes rolled and locked onto theirs. It held up something red towards the kids, something dripping, and took a big, happy bite of it. Tyler didn't realize it then, but he was staring at a human liver. The thing winked. Megan gasped and dove for the middle of the seat, her rabbit squeezed against her chest. Tyler forced himself to tear his eyes from the window. His hand shot to the door handle, pressing down on the lock to make sure it was still tight. "Check yours," he said quickly. Megan's fingers trembled, but she shoved the knob down until it clicked hard. She nodded, eyes wide, breathing fast. For a moment, the cab was silent. Outside, the creature was still, and then it leaned back, grinned, and tilted its head toward the handle. Slowly, it lowered one long claw until it tapped against the keyhole, like it was testing the shape. And then the claw slid inside. The sound was worse than they imagined. A scraping, scratching whine that made Megan clap her hands over her ears. Tyler bit his lip, frozen, watching the thing's shoulders shift as it probed with exaggerated care, twisting the claw as if it were a skeleton key. The creature pressed its face closer to the glass, eyes rolling toward them, grin widening as it worked. It was enjoying this. There was a scraping sound, and then, click. The lock popped up with a tiny sound. The claw lingered there for a moment, savoring it, and then it slid up to the handle, curling slow and deliberate around the chrome. The door trembled as the latch began to ease back. The gap opened no more than an inch, and then, crack. A blur of iron smashed across the creature's head, just below its left eye. The blow rang out sharp against bone. The thing reeled sideways with a wet grunt, teeth snapping together as its grin finally broke. The kids flinched at the noise. Megan began screaming before she even realized what she was looking at. A figure stood just outside the headlights, bent slightly, chest heaving, both hands locked around the long wrench slick with lake spray. Marcus. He didn't say a word, His face was pale, eyes locked and burning, as if he hadn't climbed back up from the shoreline at all, but risen out of the earth for this one moment. Marcus lifted the wrench again, high and tight against his shoulder, knuckles wide. His bad leg trembled beneath him, but he didn't step back. For a heartbeat, neither of them moved. The creature straightened slowly, its hunched frame unfurling under the wash of the headlights until it seemed too tall, too broad to be standing on the narrow strip of road. Water dripped from its shoulders, pattering softly against the asphalt. Marcus held his ground and stood between the creature and the children, wrench raised, chest rising and falling, jaw tight as stone. They faced each other in the pale light, two silhouettes locked in a standoff, an old man with a bad leg, hard years etched into his hands, staring down a thing straight from a nightmare. For a moment, Marcus's mind slid 50-some years back. He was a boy again, sitting on the parson's old plaid couch with his friend Billy, a bowl of popcorn between them. Creature from the Black Lagoon flickered on the TV, black and white images casting long shadows across the room. He pretended to be tough, but the truth was it scared him so badly he wouldn't go near the lake for weeks. Every ripple in the water looked like claws reaching up from the deep. Billy had teased him without mercy, but Marcus never forgot the feeling. And now, here it was again. Only worse. Much worse. The rubber-suited monster from his childhood nightmares had nothing on the thing grinning at him under the Ohio moonlight. The night was silent, except for the steady hush of the lake below, each wave sliding against the rocks like the beat of a low drum. It was their music. The thing tilted its head and dragged one long claw against the metal door of the truck. The screech of steel on steel split the air. Sparks jumped. Marcus didn't wait. He'd never been more scared in all his life, but he shifted his grip, squared his shoulders, and swung. The wrench came down hard, a blur in the half-light, and the creature caught his arm mid-swing. Its claw clamped around his wrist, the strike frozen in place inches from its skull. For a heartbeat, the thing's eyes narrowed, as if surprised by the strength of the old man. Marcus gritted his teeth and shoved back, every muscle in his shoulders and chest straining. Decades of turning wrenches, prying rusted bolts, hauling engines off mounts. It had built a kind of stubborn strength into him. His forearms bulged, the tendons standing out like cords as he pushed against the thing. And for just that moment, he held his own. But strong as he was no match for a creature from nightmares. The grin slid back into place as it leaned closer. Slowly, deliberately, it rolled Marcus's wrist inward, bending the wrench back toward his own shoulder. His arm trembled, locked in place, pain shooting down into his elbow. Then the creature reached forward, one claw traced across his collarbone, then up the side of his neck. Marcus tried to jerk away, but the claw twitched. A sharp sting blossomed under his jaw. Warmth spilled down the left side of his neck, hot and sudden. He staggered backward, dropping the wrench and gripping his neck tightly. Inside the cab, Tyler and Megan pressed against the glass, eyes wide. Blood poured down Marcus's neck, bright and gleaming in the headlights. He staggered backward into their view, clutching at the wound with both hands. For a brief, awful moment, he turned toward the truck. His eyes found theirs through the windshield, wide, stricken, apologetic, as though he wished he could tell the children to run. His knees buckled. Marcus Wilkins crumpled to the asphalt in front of the hood, collapsing hard onto his side. Blood spread beneath him in a slick, slow-growing pool that caught the beams of the headlights and glistened like oil. Megan let out a thin wail, muffled by the glass. Tyler just stared in shock. Beyond Marcus's still form, the creature's shadow loomed, hunched and grinning, stepping forward into the wash of light. The creature turned and slowly came towards the children. Its claws curled around the door handle. Megan sobbed into a rabbit. Tyler, too frozen even to move. The door began to slowly open, and then headlights flared. An engine roared. A car slammed into the creature with bone-cracking force, the impact hurling it sideways off its feet. The thing spun across the asphalt, skidding in a blur of claws and blood before crashing hard into the guardrail with a shriek of metal. The cruiser skidded to a stop, tires screaming. Red and blue lights erupted, painting the road in frantic color. The kids blinked against the sudden blaze, hearts hammering. A man stepped out of the cruiser, dark hair beneath a sheriff's hat, brown eyes locked hard on the thing sprawled against the guardrail. His revolver was already up, steady in both hands, barrel tracking the creature as it pushed against the twisted metal. Sheriff George Lost. From the same vehicle, another man bolted forward, blondish hair showing under the brim of a baseball cap, green eyes sharp with urgency. He didn't hesitate. He went straight for the truck, straight for the kids. "Get down," he barked. Tyler shoved Megan against the seat as David Winters yanked the door open with a grunt. Behind him, George's revolver cracked. Once, twice. The creature jerked with each shot, a spray of black fluid hitting the guardrail. It still tried to rise up. George fired again. Then he holstered his revolver long enough to pull open the cruiser's back door. "Come on," he barked, waving the kids forward. David half lifted, half shoved Tyler and Megan out of the truck and across the narrow stretch of road. Megan clung to his sleeve, rabbit dangling from her arm, while Tyler stumbled ahead, pale and numb with shock. George caught them both, steadying their shoulders, and guided them into the back seat of the cruiser. "Get down, stay down," he ordered, his voice sharp but not unkind. The kids slid across the seat, clutching each other tight as the red and blue lights washed their faces. George slammed the door shut, turned back, and called over the roof, "Dave!" David was already moving, but he stopped when George's hand shot out, pointing. Marcus. He lay sprawled in front of the tow truck, blood slick and pooling beneath him. His chest heaved faintly, but his eyes were closed, his face waxy in the headlights. George sprinted first, holstering his revolver as he dropped to one knee beside him. "He's alive," he barked, though the word sounded more like a command than a certainty. David skidded in beside him, slipping an arm under Marcus's shoulders. Together they heaved him up, his body sagging heavy between them. His boots dragged along the pavement, leaving dark streaks as they staggered him toward the cruiser. Easy, easy, David muttered, though Marcus gave no sign he heard. His head lolled against George's shoulder, blood soaking down both their sleeves. The cruiser's rear door stood open. George and David shoved Marcus inside, bracing his body against the seat. His arms flopped limp at his sides, his jaw hung slack, eyes closed. David slid in next to Marcus while trying to keep pressure on the open wound. On the other side of the seat, Tyler and Megan pressed themselves into the corner, knees tucked to their chest. Megan cried softly, hiding her face against her rabbit, while Tyler just stared at Marcus, at the blood on his throat, the rise and fall of his chest that looked too shallow, too slow. George slammed the door shut, and when he turned, the thing was already moving. It peeled itself off the guardrail and the headlights, tall and dripping, claws gleaming wet. George didn't wait. He dove into the driver's seat, slammed the door, and jammed the shifter into reverse. "Hold on," he barked. The cruiser roared backward, tires shrieking against the asphalt. The sudden lurch threw Tyler and Megan into the floor well. The headlights carved wild arcs across the road as George spun the wheel. The creature surged forward, claws raking at the pavement, but the cruiser fishtailed clear, gravel spitting like gunfire. David kept one hand tied on Marcus's wound, motioning with the other for the kids to stay down. Go, go, he said. George jammed the brakes, wrenched the wheel, and the cruiser spun hard. The rear swung wide, red and blue lights flashing across the trees and the black face of the lake. Then the nose came around, tires biting, and the car shot forward down the road toward town. In the mirror, for one awful second, the creature filled the beams, tall, still grinning, blood streaking down its chin. George's eyes stayed locked on the road, jaw clenched. The lake fell away behind them. Back at the sheriff's station, the quiet felt heavier than the night outside. George sat at the table, a fresh cup of coffee cooling in his hands. Across from him, David slumped forward, his shirt stained with Marcus's blood. He hadn't said a word since the ambulance pulled out. The cruiser parked out front was empty now. The kids had been picked up by their grandparents an hour earlier, bundled into the back of a minivan, and driven away from town without a word. George had stood there and watched until the taillights disappeared, feeling like he'd handed over something fragile that might shatter before it reached safety. "You think Marcus will make it?" David finally asked. "He's tough. That wound on his neck. That would have killed me." George didn't answer right away. He stared into his cup, then set it down. "Doc Graham is doing what he can." David dragged a hand down his face. "We don't even know what it was, George. We don't even know what the hell that thing is." George's jaw tightened. He kept his eyes fixed on the tabletop. He exhaled hard through his nose. "We've got cops from Ashtabula and Paynesville running the shoreline, checking every stretch they can." David looked up. "How many?" "As many as I could get," George began. 10, 12 maybe. Depends on how much time they can give us." George rubbed a hand across his face. "It's not enough. Lake's too big. Too many places to miss." David leaned back, the chair groaning under his weight. "And still no sign of the parents?" George shook his head. "Not a thing. Just a few footprints by the bluff. Could be anyone. And those end about 20 yards from the water. Silence stretched. Both men knew what that meant, but neither wanted to say it. Finally, David spoke. "So what's our next move?" The sheriff didn't answer right away, just reached for his coffee. His hand hovered over the mug, but he didn't pick it up. "Well, those cops are here in town tonight," he began. "Good men, working in pairs, sticking close. I told him straight, there's something dangerous out there. Maybe I didn't spell it out, but they know enough to keep their eyes open. They brought extra firepower." David gave a slow nod. George leaned forward, lowering his voice. "And that buys us a little time. A night to think, to plan. We'll see what tomorrow brings. But people are going to want answers. I want answers. And I want my town safe again." David nodded. George fell silent. He stared into the coffee and thought. The two kids were alive, thank God, though no one could say what had happened to their parents. Both of the children kept repeating the same thing. Marcus Wilkins had saved them from a monster. George exhaled slowly. Marcus. There'd been a lot of blood. George wasn't a doctor, but he knew it was bad. It was unlikely the old mechanic would survive the night. Daggerlin, Ohio, 1991. George Lost and David Winters were 8 years old, barefoot on the beach, with pockets full of rocks they'd been collecting all week. George was the sturdier of the two, already broad through the shoulders, his dark hair falling stubbornly into his eyes as he squinted out at the water. David was a little taller, leaner, with a grin that usually came first, and words that came faster. Blonde hair stuck up in the breeze, always a little wild, no matter how many times his mom tried to calm it down. Where George liked to study the water, David would rather test it, skipping stones farther, wading out deeper, daring George to follow. That night the lake was calm, washed pink with the last light of the day. The boys had chased each other down from the bluffs, seeing who could reach the shoreline first. Out of breath, George bent to retrieve a flat stone when David's voice cut off mid-sentence. "George," he said quietly. George followed his stare. Something had washed up on the beach. At first, he thought it was just a fish, a big one, bigger than he'd ever seen. But the closer they got, the more it looked like something was wrong. Its belly was torn open, ribs showing white in the dusk, the insides gone, and the marks along its scales, not teeth, not a propeller, but long raked lines like claws. They stood there, the surf slapping at their ankles. George's stone slipped from his fingers. "What did that?" David asked. George shook his head, though the truth was he didn't want to know. "Maybe a bigger fish," he muttered. "No fish does that," David replied, crouching closer, eyes locked on the marks. Nervous, George kicked sand at it, forcing a grin. "Come on, let's go back up." But David kept staring. Later, as adults, they wouldn't remember finding that fish. What they would remember was the feeling that summer, the hush of Lake Erie, and the sense that something was out there. Daggerlin, present day. David Winters worked lake patrol on Lake Erie. Some shifts ran through the day, checking buoys, logging currents, towing in the fishermen whose engines gave out. Other shifts went through the night, when the curfew breakers, drunks, and kids with more nerve than sense came out. Either way, if there was work to do on the lake, David was the one sent out. Daggerlin only had a handful of working boats left, and David's two were the only reliable ones. One was the county's Boston Whaler Guardian, the 27-footer he used for patrol. The other was his Cal 39 sailboat, Claire, tied up at the dock like a memory he couldn't let go of. The rest of the fleet was junk, skiffs patched more times than painted, fishing boats that rattled apart in rough water, one old trawler that leaked oil so bad you could follow its rainbow sheen from the marina clear out to the bluffs. If you needed a boat you could count on, you went to David. The patrol boat was not pretty. Fiberglass hull, twin outboards, a floodlight bolted to the bow. Loud but dependable, the kind of boat you sent out when the lake started taking more than it gave. Most shifts were quiet. A curfew breaker, a drunk stalled in the harbor, kids testing themselves against the dark. But after Samantha, after Josh, after the Harpers, quiet did not mean safe. It meant waiting. Since Samantha Granger went missing, nothing in town had felt the same. She was 8, and her footprints just stopped near the bluff. No body, no signs of a struggle. It was like the lake opened up and took her whole. 2 days later, Josh Maddox disappeared. And though he came back alive, it wasn't without a cost. George and David saw something that day on the shoreline. Tall, grinning, claws in the mud. And then the Harpers tried to run. Their SUV died out on Lake Road, and by the time help reached them, the parents were gone. Only the kids survived, thanks to the town mechanic, Marcus Wilkins. That's what Daggerlin had become in just a matter of weeks. A place where the lake didn't just take lives, it swallowed families whole. And that was when Sheriff George Lost laid down the rules. Stay out of the water. No walking the shoreline alone. No kids near the bluffs. If you saw something, you called the sheriff. Those rules hung over Daggerlin like a curfew bell everyone heard, whether they wanted to or not. But rules only went so far. George still had to walk the land. David still had to patrol the water. They didn't have a choice. Most shifts started the same. David cast off from the marina, the whaler's twin outboards coughing once before settling into their steady hum. First stop was the buoys, circling them one by one, making notes on which were drifting out of line or needed new paint. That morning, he hauled a fisherman back in after his motor gave out halfway to Palmer's Bluff. The man muttered about bad fuel and kicked at his tackle box the whole ride, but David didn't press him. He just dropped the guy at the dock, filled out the tow report, and moved on. Later, he spotted a couple of teenagers in a dented skiff, trying their luck where they weren't supposed to be. Not far from the rocks, lines dangling into the water like they were after perch. David eased up alongside, told them to pack it in, and didn't leave until they were headed back toward town with sour looks on their faces. It wasn't glamorous work. Most shifts were like this. Drunks, kids, busted motors. But David kept at it. Every pass across the lake a reminder that quiet didn't mean safe. By late morning, David had tied the whaler off, filled out his logbook, and driven the few miles back inland. He liked living away from the shoreline, where the air smelled like grass and pavement, instead of weeds and brine. At night, cicadas were the loudest thing you heard,
not the steady breathing of the leg. He'd barely swung the truck door shut when the screen door banged open and Owen came barreling out of the house, glove already on, his dog Crichton trotting close behind. "Dad, catch!" Owen held up the ball like it was a badge. David gave a tired smile. "You don't waste any time, do you?" "You promised," Owen said, already jogging backward into the yard. Crichton bounded a few steps after him before circling back, head tilted, as if to make sure David was coming too. David sighed, rolling his shoulders. "Give me 5 minutes." "Sheriff Lost says procrastination is the enemy of discipline," Owen replied. David rolled his eyes. "What is the Sheriff Jocko Willink now?" Owen stood in thought for a moment at that. Jocko what?" "Doesn't matter," David replied, shaking his head and picking up his glove from the porch rail. "All right, let's see what you got." They started throwing easy. Owen's high and wild, but full of energy. Between throws, Owen rattled off facts he'd picked up from George. "Hey, Dad, did you know cops have 10 codes for everything? Like 10-7 means out of service." David snagged the ball from the air. "Yeah? Wait, you calling me out of service?" Owen smiled. David tossed it back. "Yeah, you keep talking like that, and you're going to be writing parking tickets before you're 10. Owen scrunched his nose. I don't want to write tickets. I want to chase bad guys." "Chase bad guys, huh?" David said, grabbing the ball again. "That's a lot of running." "I'm fast," Owen shot back. David sent an easy lob. "Not faster than Crichton." "True," Owen admitted, glove smacking shut as he caught it on the second try. "But George says you don't have to be the fastest, you just have to be the one who doesn't quit." David looked back. "Yeah, that sounds like something George would say." They kept tossing the ball until Owen's arm tired out and his throw sagged low. Finally, David clapped the glove shut. "All right, that's enough for now," he said. "Go wash up. Lunch in a bit." Owen thought for a second, then gave a small nod and ran toward the porch, glove still dangling on his hand. Crichton followed closely behind. David watched them go, the house quiet behind him, the yard still. For a few moments, it felt almost normal. George Lost walked Main Street late that afternoon, the sun sitting low enough to cast long shadows off the buildings. Daggerlin was unusually quiet. Storefronts that used to stay open until dinner were already dark. Close signs flipped early, blinds drawn. A couple of folks waved as he passed, but mostly they kept their heads down, locking up, silently hurrying home. He stopped outside Miller's Hardware, the owner dragging the front gate closed with a loud rattle of chain. George gave him a nod and kept moving, his boots heavy on the pavement. The town wasn't deserted, just hushed, like everyone was waiting for something. Back in the cruiser, he thumbed through his phone until Laura picked up. The line crackled a bit. She was still inland, staying with her mother. "Hey," George said. "Just checking in." Her voice was warm, steady. "We're fine. The market was busy this morning, full of people. Everything seems normal out here." "Good, that's good," he said, glancing down Main, where the streetlights hadn't even clicked on yet, and half the houses already sat dark. "Feels empty here." On the other end, Laura hesitated. She thought about the woman she'd seen at the market earlier, a young mom with a toddler tugging at her coat, the way she'd bent to fix the child's hat, gentle, patient. It had cut sharper than she expected, left an ache she carried with her all day. Pregnancy tests tucked under her bathroom sink flashed through her mind, one after another. The waiting, the disappointment. The way George never said much about it, but she could see it on his face. She didn't say any of that now. Instead, she asked, "Any updates?" George rubbed at his jaw, eyes drifting down the empty street. No, nothing new. Folks are staying inside. Deputies are making their rounds." He let it hang there, vague. Like if he didn't put details to the fear, it couldn't grow. Laura was quiet for a moment. "Be careful." Neither of them said what they were really thinking. I should let you go," she said finally. "You've got work." "Yeah," George began. "Get some rest if you can." "I'll try," she replied. The line went dead, leaving George staring at his own reflection in the windshield. For a moment, he sat there, listening to the creak of the cruiser settling and the faint hush of wind in the trees. Then he started the engine and eased it back onto Main Street. Later that day, David was on evening patrol. In truth, he was on most of them. The county technically called it a roster, but that made it sound bigger than it was. In reality, David handled nearly everything on the water. There was one alternate, a part-timer from Ashtabula, who showed up when he felt like it. But most nights, most days, if something happened on Lake Erie, it was David's problem. He'd put in a few hours that morning, caught some sleep in the afternoon, and by dusk he was back at the marina. That was the rhythm of it. Sleep in chunks, eat when he could, and try to keep the house from feeling too empty in between. Whenever David had a shift, Owen went with his grandfather. It had been that way since Claire died. Joe only lived about 5 minutes away, and he never once complained about picking the boy up. If anything, he seemed glad for it. He'd take Owen out to eat at whatever diner was still open, or walk him through the yard teaching him how to stack wood and tie knots. Owen loved it. The boy lit up when Joe's truck pulled in, like it was the best part of his week. David knew that his son loved him, but the kid adored his grandfather. With Joe, there was always time for play or a lesson. With David, there were patrol logs, radio calls, and the lake pressing in at every hour. When Joe came to the house, the two men barely spoke. A nod one way, a nod back, a quick, "You good?" before Owen and his dog scrambled into the truck. Their history sat between them. They didn't pick at it, didn't name it. David went to work, Joe took the boy, and that was how it was. The Guardian sat rocking gently at its slip, fiberglass hull creaking against the pilings. David stowed his clipboard and a thermos of coffee under the console, checked the spotlight, the radio, the fuel. Habit more than anything. If something went wrong out there, you didn't want to find yourself unprepared. He throttled out of the harbor, the outboards growling as the lights of town fell away behind him. Lake Erie stretched wide and black ahead of him, the sky dimming into shades of purple. Out here, the rules meant nothing. Out here, it was just him, the water, and the creatures beneath. The first hour passed quietly. He logged a buoy off its mooring, noted a large drifting branch that could cause trouble for small boats. A lone gull circled and settled on the waves, its cry reminding him he wasn't the only living thing out here. He leaned back against the bench, scanning the horizon. The air was calm, carrying that watery tang that always came off the lake after sundown. It was the kind of night where you could almost let your guard down. Almost. David was mid-turn, spotlight sweeping over the surface, when he saw it. A thin gray wisp rising into the twilight sky. At first it looked like a low cloud, but it didn't move with the wind. It went straight up. Smoke. He sat forward, adjusted the throttle. The whaler surged ahead, cutting a narrow wake across the flat water. The column of smoke grew as he drew closer. It moved low across the water, heavy and black, carrying the stench of burning fuel. As the whaler pushed on, the outline of a boat rose out of the haze. The old trawler. Even from a distance, David recognized it by the sag of its stern and the slouch of its cabin roof. Frank Greeley's wreck. Everyone in town knew it. Frank lived on that trawler, although everyone in Daggerlin pretended he didn't. Officially, he had a small apartment above the laundromat, but anyone who spent more than 5 minutes near the docks knew better. The boat was patched with scrap aluminum in places. Its cabin roof tarred and tarred again, windows stuffed with yellowing insulation to keep out the wind. Inside, the galley table was cluttered with beer bottles and half-fixed radios, the bunk stacked with greasy blankets and dog-eared magazines. Messy didn't begin to cover it, but somehow the thing stayed afloat. Frank knew enough about engines and wiring to keep her running, and when someone's outboard sputtered, he was usually the first with a wrench in his hand. The wreck was his, and he was going to make sure she lived as long as he did. But now its backside was burning. Flames licked up through the decking around the engine compartment, sparks bursting like gunfire every few seconds. The hull groaned with the heat, the sound carrying across the otherwise still water. David throttled down just short of it, letting the whaler drift a few yards closer. The hot smoke hit his face like opening an oven. He coughed once, pulled the radio mic, and pressed the button. "Hey, George, you there? It's David. I got eyes on Frank Greeley's trawler. Stern's on fire. He's still aboard." Static broke. Then George's voice came through, tight and quick.
How bad?
"Bad. Engine housing's cooked," David replied.
You want me to send anyone?
George asked. Nah, by the time they got here, it'd be over," David said. He clipped the mic back in place, grabbed a coil of rope, and edged the whaler alongside. Frank staggered into view near the port rail. His face was streaked with soot, hair singed, coughing so hard his knees buckled with each fit. He waved one arm, more panic than signal. "Frank!" David shouted. "You gotta jump!" Frank shook his head violently, tried to speak, and doubled over hacking. David looped the line in one hand. "Then grab this!" He heaved it across the narrow strip of water. Frank reached, missed, and nearly pitched forward into the flames. For a sick instant, David thought he was gone. Then Frank clawed at the rope, both hands seizing it like a lifeline. All right, hold tight," David said, as he braced his boots against the gunwale and held the rope steady. Frank half climbed, half fell over his own railing, smacked hard against the whaler's side, and David leaned out, hooking his arms under the man's shoulders. Come on. He dragged him up and over, both of them collapsing onto the whaler's deck. Frank's skin was hot, his shirt scorched in places, smoke still rolling off him. Behind them, the trawler gave a deep metallic groan. Something inside the stern popped loud enough to rattle David's teeth. A split second later, the back half of the boat belched fire, a muffled boom pushing a wave of heat out across the water. Shit. David scrambled upright and shoved the throttle forward. The whaler roared ahead, wake chopping the surface as the trawler's flames climbed higher, twisting orange against the dark sky. Frank rolled to his side, gagging, clutching at David's leg. His eyes watered, his voice raw.
It wasn't the wiring. This ain't my fault, Dave.
He rasped. He coughed hard, then forced it out again.
Something hit the hull hard right before it went.
David stared down at him, heart pounding, the words hanging between them. His eyes lifted to the water. The whaler's wake spread out behind them, white foam already settling back into black glass. Nothing moved out there. No ripple, no shadow. Just the steady hush of Lake Erie. Still, David slid his hand to his sidearm. He knew it wouldn't do much good if the thing decided to move now, but the weight of it steadied him all the same. He hadn't even carried one before all this, but George had insisted. Better to have it and not need it, the sheriff told him. And so the pistol rode with him now, every minute of every patrol. Frank coughed beside him, rolling weakly onto his back. The trawler was burning itself low on the horizon now, flames throwing a dull orange glow before collapsing inward with each groan of the hull. David kept one eye on it, the other sweeping the dark water, waiting for something to break the surface. But nothing did. After a long minute, he leaned over, grabbed the mic, and thumbed the button. "George, it's David. I got Frank aboard. He's alive, but in bad shape. Trawler's finished, heading in now." Static popped. Then George's voice came through, clipped.
"Yeah, copy. We'll meet you at the dock."
David hung the mic back in place, eyes still scanning the water until the marina lights flickered faintly ahead. The whaler nosed into the marina, its running lights casting thin beams across the pilings. George stood near the edge of the dock, posture set, watching as David eased the patrol boat into the slip and tied her off. A couple of townsfolk lingered farther back, drawn by the smoke on the horizon. They didn't say anything, just shifted from foot to foot, eyes on the water, like they were looking for answers. Doc Graham was there too, medical bag in hand, his silver hair catching the moonlight as he waited. He stepped aboard as soon as David secured the lines and crouched beside Frank. After a quick check, pulse, breathing, burns, he gave a short nod. Frank would live. That was all anyone needed to know. George came up the deck and looked down at the wreck of a man sprawled across it. His clothes were blackened, his face streaked with soot, but he was breathing. David stood off to the side, gloves still on, sweat mixed with the damp from the spray. His eyes didn't leave the lake. "No sign of it?" George asked finally. David shook his head. "No, but he swore something struck the hull before the fire." George studied him. "Did you see anything?" David hesitated, then said, "No." That was it? No more words between them. The ropes in the slips creaked with the slow rock of the boats. Water tapped quietly at the pilings. And somewhere farther out, a gull cried once before going silent again. Doc Graham and two volunteers lifted Frank with practiced care and carried him off the deck. They moved slowly, careful with every step along the narrow boards until they reached the waiting truck. Frank's coughing echoed off the buildings, harsh and uneven, before the doors shut and the sound faded. George let out a slow breath. "All right, go home and get some rest." David didn't reply. He only watched the horizon, a flat line over the black water. Owen was in his grandfather's kitchen when David came by later. The boy sat at the table with a plate of food half finished in front of him, legs swinging, while Joe stood at the counter rinsing a coffee mug. Crichton lay stretched out on the rug nearby, the black German shepherd's head resting on his paws, ears flicking whenever Owen moved. Joe didn't glance up when David stepped through the doorway. He gave a quick nod in his son's direction, nothing more, before turning back to the sink. "Dad," Owen said, brightening. "Grandpa showed me how to stack wood without it falling. He said I did it better than him." Grandpa Joe smiled faintly at that, drying his hands on a towel, but the expression faded quickly. He reached over, squeezed Owen's shoulder, and told him to finish up before the food went cold. David leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. Yeah, that's good. It's been a long night," he said. Joe's eyes flicked over at him. "These rules George laid down," he began. "This talk about monsters in the water, you don't actually believe it, do you?" David didn't answer right away. He glanced at Owen, then back at his father. "I believe something's out there," he said finally. Joe's face hardened. "Oh, don't start with that. Don't go filling the boy's head with nonsense." The room went quiet. Owen shoveled another bite into his mouth, looking anywhere but at them. When the boy was finished, Grandpa Joe sent him down the hall to gather up his things. Crichton padded after him, nails clicking on the floorboards, a quiet shadow at the boy's side. When Owen's footsteps faded, the house was still. David and Joe stood a few feet apart. They didn't argue, not yet, just silence, and the weight of everything unsaid. A few minutes later, Joe pushed his chair back. "Why don't you let him stay here tonight? You look terrible." David gave him a quick look back, tired but sharp. He almost said no, but stopped himself. Owen was happy here. He was safe here. "Yeah, okay, fine," David said at last. Owen perked up, trying to hide his excitement. David managed a small smile, but it didn't quite hold. Watching the boy light up in Joe's house cut deeper than he wanted to admit. He missed his son. He wished he was better at this. Better than long hours. Better than tired nods at the end of a shift. Part of him was jealous of how easily Joe gave Owen what he couldn't. But he cared more about Owen than his own pride. And the truth was simple. Joe took good care of the boy. Still, it cut some to know the boy seemed easier here than he did at home. The next morning, the weather had turned. Low clouds dragged across the lake, heavy and gray, and a damp chill carried inland on the wind. It wasn't raining yet, but the air had that bite that said it wouldn't be long. At Daggerlin Community Hospital, Marcus Wilkins wasn't resting. He hadn't shut up since they brought him in. The nurses rolled their eyes, smirked at each other, but none of them told him to stop. They liked the old mechanic. even like this. George and David stepped into the room together. Marcus spotted them and tried to sit straighter, winced, then went on anyway.
"You saw it too," he rasped.
His eyes darted between the two men.
"Don't stand there and act like you didn't. I know what I saw."
David didn't say anything, but he didn't look away. Marcus jabbed a finger weakly against the blanket.
"My granddad used to talk about Lake Erie. Said it wasn't just storms that took men back then. Said some nights you'd hear something move under the ice. Told me once a whole fishing crew went missing out by the islands back before the war. The boat was just floating out there, completely empty, no one aboard. They blamed drink or some sickness that drove the men crazy. But the old folks knew better. They stayed off the water at night. And I will tell you something else,"
Marcus said quietly.
"Back when he was 16 or so, my granddad and his best friend, Henry Drake, used to go ice fishing every winter. They'd go out on the ice, set up a tent, drill a hole, and set their lines. They usually snuck out with a few bottles of beer. Well, as it happens, nature called, and my granddad stepped out of the tent for a couple minutes. When he came back, his friend was backed up against the tent wall, as far as he could get from the hole in the ice. One of the poles was gone, and the other snapped in half. Henry was as white as a sheet. When my granddad asked what happened, all his friend would say was, 'We have to go. We have to get off the ice. Now.' When they finally made it back to shore, Henry said that something was moving fast under that ice. It came to a dead stop under the hole, and Henry said whatever it was looked up at him for what seemed like a long time before it moved away. It scared him so bad, Henry never set foot on the ice again."
George shifted in his chair. "Stories," he said. But even he didn't sound convinced. Marcus barked a laugh that cracked into a cough.
"You call it stories. I call it warnings. They've been here longer than us, and they don't forget. That thing wasn't just hunting. It was watching, choosing, like it's always done."
George leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "Stories, huh? Any of those stories say how to kill it?" Marcus met his eyes, the corner of his mouth twitching, like he almost wanted to laugh.
"Kill it? Well, I'll think about it."
He shook his head faintly.
"My grandfather never talked about killing, just surviving, staying off the water after dark. That was the only rule."
David broke his silence.
"We shot it. George put rounds right in its chest and it didn't care."
Marcus's eyes flicked open again, sharp despite his injuries.
"Of course it didn't. You think you're the first men to pull the trigger on it. They've been trying that 100 years and more. Muskets, rifles, shotguns from duck hunters. It keeps coming."
He coughed hard, winced, but pushed through it.
"This isn't some bear you scare off with noise. It knows what bullets are. Knows they don't mean a damn thing.
The nurse shifted at the foot of the bed, rolling her eyes but not interrupting. Marcus raised a trembling hand as if to wave her off.
Let them think I'm delirious. Doesn't change what I saw.
George rubbed a hand over his mouth, leaning back in the chair.
Then what? We just wait for it to take someone else?
Marcus stared at the ceiling for a long moment, jaw tight. When he finally spoke, his voice dropped almost to a whisper.
I don't know yet, but there's always something. Every machine's got a weak point. Every beast a way to bring it down. You just have to find it.
His hand twitched against the blanket. Grease still worked deep into the lines of his skin. He turned his eyes back on them, tired but certain.
You boys give me time to think. Maybe I'll come up with something. But don't you forget, that thing's been here longer than us. If you go after it, you better mean it. And if what my grandfather said was true, and it is starting to look that way, better men than us have tried to kill this thing. And it took every one of them.
The room went still. Just the beeping of the monitor and the voices outside. The hospital doors sighed shut behind them, leaving the hum of machines and Marcus sealed inside. The morning air was cool and damp, but you could smell the lake, even this far inland. George fell into step beside David as they crossed the lot, their boots echoing soft on the pavement. They didn't speak for a long moment. The weight of what Marcus had said was still with them. George finally broke the silence. He's even tougher than I thought. Most people wouldn't be talking after losing that much blood. David leaned against his truck, arms crossed. Most people wouldn't have gone back for those kids. He looked off toward the horizon, though the lake was miles away. He's not wrong about it, George. You know he's not. George's jaw flexed, but he didn't argue. My job is to keep people steady. If I start repeating stories about swamp creatures and old fishermen's warnings, this town is going to fold in a day. Then what? David asked. We just keep telling people to lock their doors and stay away from the water, like that'll stop it? George sighed, hands resting on his belt. I tell them what they can handle. That's all I can do. David shook his head. Marcus said better men than us have tried to kill it. If that's true, then we've got to be smarter, stronger, I don't know, something. George studied him in the dim light. You think it can be killed? David thought about Owen, and his answer was quiet, but certain. I have to. They stood in the lot for a while, neither pushing the other any further. George finally gave a small nod, then turned for his cruiser. David watched the taillights fade, then climbed into his truck and drove the opposite way, down toward the marina. The lot was empty when David pulled into Daggerlin Point Marina. He walked along the creaking wooden planks to where the whaler and Claire waited, his hand brushing the railing of the sailboat as he passed. He stopped at the end of the dock. The lake spread wide under a gray morning sky. The water was flat and pale, the surface rolling in long, slow swells that caught the light like dull metal. Out past the breakwall, the horizon blurred into cloud, lake and sky, the same washed-out color until you couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. He thought back over the previous couple days. He'd hauled Frank Greeley off a burning wreck and kept the old man breathing. Marcus was still alive, thank God. Owen was safe for the night, with his grandfather. Those were wins. They had to count for something. But the lake was still there, dark and brooding. A ripple slid across the water then, too broad and smooth to belong to anything ordinary. David froze. He watched, waited for something to break the surface. Nothing did. The water stilled, flat as glass. He stayed there anyway, staring out into the dark, long after the ripple was gone. The sheriff's office was quiet after midnight, the kind of quiet that pressed against your ears. George sat alone at his desk, the green cone of a lamp pooling light across stacks of binders. He told himself he was just cleaning out old files, but that wasn't true. Marcus's words wouldn't leave him. They've been here longer than us, and they don't forget. George wasn't a man who chased ghost stories, but he'd been on the bluff with David, seen the thing stand grinning in the mud, bullets bouncing off like nothing. He'd pulled 2 kids off Lake Road after their parents vanished into the dark, and he'd seen that thing again. If Marcus wanted to talk about warnings, George was in no place to argue. So he turned pages, yellowed clippings, water-stained incident reports, the kind of material nobody looked at unless they were chasing a grant or padding out a museum exhibit. But buried in the mess was a through line. The lake had always taken more than it gave. The Griffin, 1679, the first ship to ever sail the Great Lakes, vanished without a trace. Its captain, LaSalle, called her my greatest undertaking. The lake called her something else. No wreckage ever found. No bodies either. Sailors whispered it was cursed, and the stories carried down the centuries. A ghost ship drifting eerie in the fog. The Marquette and Bessemer No. 2, 1909. A steel ferry carrying more than 30 men across the lake. It sailed into the fog and was never seen again. The papers printed official words, vanished in the storm, but George found the photographs of the recovered lifeboat and the notes. There were more, always more. The lake didn't care if you were a fisherman with a hand net or a captain with a steel hull and an iron engine. The ending was the same. Crews vanished. Families got nothing back but silence. George sat back, rubbed his eyes. These were the ones people remembered. But how many weren't written down? How many were just chalked up to drunk at the helm, bad charts, a storm that came in fast? That was always the explanation. Storm, fog, error, simple answers, easy lies. He flipped to the next binder and found himself staring at November 1913, the Black Friday storm. Over a dozen ships went down across the Great Lakes that week. On Erie, 2 of them vanished with all hands. The W.H. Gilcher, the Henry B. Smith. Official reports talked about wind speeds, freezing spray, waves high as houses. He skimmed the typed language, the stiff explanations. Then his eyes caught something scribbled in the margin of a report, the handwriting rough and hurried. Found the net slashed, not torn, cut clean. No storm does that. George's throat went dry. He stared at the note for a long time, as though the words might shift if he gave them enough time. Slashed. Cut. Someone or something had been down there. Marcus's voice echoed again in his head. Better men than us have tried, and it took every one of them. George closed the binder, leaned back in his chair. The desk lamp hummed faintly. The office otherwise silent, but for the tick of the wall clock. Out the small second-story window, past the rooftops of Daggerlin, the lake stretched pale under the moon. He didn't say anything, just stood there a long while, staring at the horizon, wondering how many times the town had already lost this fight, and who would be next.
Killing a monster is not easy. Movies tell you it is. One silver bullet, one clean swing, and the thing drops. But the truth is worse. Real monsters don't fall the first time. They keep coming. And by the time you understand what you're really facing, it's already too late. Sheriff George Lost and his oldest friend, David Winters, sat in the small second-story office of the sheriff's station in Daggerlin, Ohio. The window looked out over Main Street, porch lights glowing against the pool of Lake Erie. The room was quiet, heavy, the kind of silence that settles when two men have already said too much. It began with Samantha Granger, 8 years old, whose footprints ended at the bluff with no trace beyond. Then Josh Maddox. George and David had saved him at the last possible second. The Harpers tried to escape down Lake Road. Their SUV died. By the time help arrived, their children were the only ones left. The town mechanic, Marcus Wilkins, nearly gave his life saving those kids, bleeding out in the road while the creature grinned. And then Frank Greeley's trawler set ablaze on the water, the old man swearing something had struck the hull just before the fire. Every sign pointed to the same truth. Daggerlin was marked. Bullets didn't matter. The rules didn't matter. Whatever lived in the lake wasn't finished. Now, George and David sat in the dim office, watching the town go still below them, both men knowing the same thing. Time was running out. The desk between them was buried under books, hardcovers, paperbacks, loose photocopies, a patchwork of anything that even whispered about monsters. Some came from the town library, spines cracked from decades of dust. Others had arrived in brown boxes on George's porch. A few had no publisher's mark at all, ordered from strange websites with names like hauntedstuff.com, their pages reeking of ink and mildew. There were bestiaries that read like novels, field guides on folklore, even pulp paperbacks with lurid covers, demons, lake serpents, ghost of the drowned. Half of it contradicted the other half. It was hard to know what was real, what was an old wives' tale, or what was just a writer's imagination. But they weren't leaving anything to chance. If there was a way to kill the thing in the lake, they'd find it. The coffee pot hissed in the corner, filling the room with the smell of burnt grounds and bitter steam. Mugs sat within reach, half drunk and cooling, as George flipped through a yellowed encyclopedia of cryptids while David scribbled notes on a legal pad. The sheriff's office felt less like a place of law and more like a college dorm at night. Two exhausted men trying to cram for a test they couldn't afford to fail. David rubbed his temples. We don't even know where to start. Half these books say monsters hate silver. The other half says they don't care. Fire, iron, salt, holy water. Take your pick. George didn't look up from his book. So we try all of it, he said. The silence pressed back in, broken only by the soft turning of pages and the tick of the wall clock. On the table, the books painted a fractured history of fear, but together, they told the same story. People had been seeing strange things in the water for as long as they'd been writing things down. There were stories of river demons that pulled children under, of fishermen vanishing without a trace, of something waiting in the dark. One paperback claimed some creatures only went for the liver, dense with iron, fat, nutrients. Predators choosing the richest prize. David read it aloud, voice low. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? George didn't answer, but his jaw set hard. One of the thinner volumes had come from a strange site online, half folklore and half conspiracy. It mentioned something called the Shakoy, a legend from the Philippines about a creature that dragged people under from the shallows, part human, part fish, with claws like hooks. David muttered, could be the same thing, different place, different name. Lore overlapped. Some said silver, others fire. A few swore by salt, by prayer, by iron. Nothing was consistent. For every book that promised a weakness, another claimed it didn't matter, that the monster always came back. David closed one with a snap. We're digging through 1,000 years of stories, and they all end the same way, he said. George stared at the mess of paper and ink between them. Then maybe it's on us to write a new ending. The clock ticked. The lake's water lapped against the shore. And in the sheriff's office, two old friends leaned closer to the mess of books, searching for the one thing no one else had found, a way to kill it. David thumbed through a dog-eared paperback, half folklore, half survival guide. His eyes snagged on a short passage. All right, hold on, listen to this. He read aloud. Some freshwater demons cannot survive in the ocean. Salt water burns them, weakens them, drives them away. Salt is their undoing. George leaned over, brow furrowing. Freshwater. David tapped the page. Maybe that's why it sticks to the lake. It's not just hunting here. It's trapped here. George reached for another book, flipping quickly until he found the line he remembered. His finger pressed against the page. Here, same thing. Known to consume the liver of its victims, avoiding other organs. Sensitive to salt. Strongest weakness believed to be silver. The room went still for a moment. David sat back in a chair, exhaling. Salt and silver. This might be as close as we're gonna get. George rubbed a hand down his jaw. Well, salt we can manage. Bags of it. Barrels if we have to. But silver, that's another story. David leaned back, eyes narrowing in thought. Not if Marcus is still breathing. You've seen his shop. He's got more than wrenches in there. Old kiln, scrap piles. Hell, he's practically been running a forge for years. Fixes half the farm equipment in the county with it. George frowned. That's a big leap from welding plow blades to making something that can kill whatever this thing is. David's voice dropped. It's all fire and steel, George. If anyone can shape silver into something sharp enough to matter, it's him." The sheriff didn't answer right away. He flipped the book shut, staring at the title on its cracked spine. Encyclopedia of Aquatic Aberrations. The leather was worn, the pages swollen with age, but the words inside had given them more than just fear. It'd given them direction. He set it aside.
"Yeah, maybe Marcus can do it."
David leaned forward, elbows on the table. "And the salt. We don't just carry it, we use it. We line the boat, throw it at the thing. Whatever it takes to slow it down." George rubbed his jaw, the day's stubble rough against his hand. "All right, well, then we'll need more than a few bags from the grocery store. Whole pallets, if we can get them." The clock ticked. Outside, the wind pressed against the old glass panes, carrying the low hush of the waves. Finally, George stood, sliding the encyclopedia aside and reaching for his coat. All right, we go to Marcus. If he can forge silver into something we can use, we put it in our hands. And the salt, we'll find enough of it. Let's just hope it works." George rubbed at his eyes, then glanced at the duty roster tacked crooked on the wall. "It's just Mendez and Hawkins with me now. Watterson packed up and left town yesterday. Said he had family in Columbus and wasn't sticking around to see what else came out of that lake." David gave a short nod, not surprised. George exhaled. "When they're back, we'll meet up and tell them what we've got. It's not proof. Hell, it's barely more than guesswork, but it's better than nothing." The room fell quiet again. David pushed back from the table, his chair legs scraping soft against the floorboards. I should spend time with Owen today," he began. His voice was low, almost apologetic. All this matters, but so does time with him. I just feel like I'm never there for him lately, He rubbed a hand over his face, searching for words. "I've thought about sending him away, inland, maybe out of state. But the truth is, I think he's safer here. God knows he wants to stay. And he's never alone. When I'm out, he's with Joe and Crichton every minute, and that dog doesn't let him out of his sight. Uprooting him, dumping him with strangers or distant family, it just feels wrong." George studied him for a moment, then said quietly, "He's a good kid." That pulled a faint smile out of David. Yeah, he is. And he looks up to you, George. He's got it so deep in that damn head of his that one day you and him are going to be working together. Drives me nuts sometimes. I keep waiting for him to change his mind, to say he wants to be a fireman or a doctor or I don't know, something. But it's always a cop. Always. George smiled at that. "Well, your boy is smarter than half the deputies I've trained," he said. David shook his head, still smiling, but there was a tiredness behind it. George leaned in slightly, voice low. Your son loves you, Dave. You know that, right?" David's smile faltered just a little, but he nodded again. Yeah, I know." George held his gaze a moment longer. "I wouldn't be surprised if he was out on the lake one day, helping out, watching over people like you do." David just nodded and forced a small smile. The silence between them said the rest. Mark Hanlon worked the lines loose at Edgewater Marina in Cleveland, coiling each neatly before stepping back aboard. He'd already checked the bilge, cracked the hatches, sniffed for fuel, safety gear stowed, radio tested, tank topped. Every box ticked.
All right, forecast looks perfect, he said,
settling into the helm seat.
Calm all day, light westerly winds. Couldn't ask for better.
Across from him, his wife Ellen handed him a travel mug. You always say that right before you start the checklist over again. Mark smirked but didn't deny it.
Well, habits keep us alive, honey.
Their son Ryan sat forward with a folded chart across his knees, tracing the shoreline eastward with his finger. So we'll go past Euclid, then Menor, Daggerlin, Ashtabula, and Geneva on the Lake. Ellen glanced over, amused by his concentration. Pretty good pronunciations. You sound like a tour guide. Ryan grinned and folded the chart carefully, tucking it beside him. Mark eased the throttle forward, the engine settling into a steady hum as the boat slipped out of the marina into open water. A low wake curled behind them as the Cleveland skyline blurred into the haze. They headed east. Marcus Wilkins looked like he'd been stitched together with wire and gauze. The lights of the hospital room gave his skin a gray cast. Machines hummed softly around him, each beep a reminder he was still holding on. When George and David stepped inside, Marcus shifted in the bed, trying to sit up straighter. He winced, cursed under his breath, then waved him off before either man could tell him to take it easy.
Oh, don't look at me like that, Marcus rasped. I'm not dead yet.
David pulled the chair closer to the bed, setting his forearms on his knees.
No one's saying you are, but you came close, he said.
Marcus grimaced faintly, though it tugged at his stitches. George remained standing, his hat in one hand, the other resting on the back of David's chair. He studied the old mechanic for a moment before speaking.
Well, we've been going through everything we can get our hands on. Folklore, old records, whatever's out there.
Marcus's tired eyes studied the men.
And?
David leaned forward.
Well, we think salt weakens it. Silver might be able to kill it.
Marcus didn't say a word. He just sat and thought.
Salt and silver.
He trailed off and nodded to himself.
My grandfather used to talk about things like that.
George and David exchanged a glance. Marcus wet his lips, voice low but steady.
If that's true, if salt weakens it, then you can use it to slow the thing down. Blind it. Burn it, if you can. And the silver.
His hand twitched against the blanket, like he could feel the weight of a tool in it.
Silver. It has to be shaped into something that'll cut deep. A blade, a spike. Doesn't matter what, as long as it gets through the skin.
David leaned closer. You think you can do it? Marcus's eyes locked on his.
Well, you bring me the metal. Maybe I'll find a way. Soon as they let me out of this damn place, I'll be back at the shop. I can melt it down, shape it, give you something real to carry out there. I'd slow you down in a fight. Won't last 5 minutes on that water. But maybe I can still help.
The room was quiet again, except for the monitor. Finally, Marcus nodded once, firm.
Bring me silver. Whatever you can get.
George gave a firm nod. For a moment, the three men held each other's gaze, All of them battered in different ways. All of them bound to the same fight. George set his hat back on his head. "All right, get some rest, Marcus. We'll check in with you, okay?" Marcus nodded, leaned back against the pillow, and closed his eyes. Out in the hallway, George and David walked in silence until they reached the front doors. The night air was cool, carrying the faint smell of rain off the lake. George adjusted his hat, already looking toward the cruiser parked under the streetlight. "I'm heading back to the station. Mendez and Hawkins will be pulling in soon. I want them up to speed." David nodded. Yeah. I'm going to check on Owen." For a second, neither spoke. Then George put a hand briefly on David's shoulder. "All right, I'll see you in the morning." "Yeah, see ya." They went their separate ways. George toward the sheriff's office. David toward home. Owen was already out in the yard when David pulled up, Crichton bounding at his side with a neon frisbee clamped between his teeth. The boy waved, the dog barked, and David felt some of the weight in his chest lift. "Hey, you two," David said, rolling his shoulders as he walked onto the grass. "Dad, catch!" Owen called, and heaved the frisbee. It sailed wide, but Crichton lunged after it, paws skidding in the dirt before he snagged it out of the air. He trotted back, tail wagging like a metronome, and dropped it at David's feet. David laughed despite himself and sent it spinning again. Owen tore across the yard with the dog like there was nothing more important in the world. And for a few minutes, that's all it was. Running, catching, laughing. Normal. When Owen collapsed onto the grass, gasping for breath, David lowered down beside him. Crichton flopped against their legs, chewing the edge of the disc. "Hey," David said quietly. I know I haven't been around as much as I should have been, since your mom." He stopped, rubbed the back of his neck, tired again. It's been hard, but I love you, right?" Owen sat up, still catching his breath. "Yeah, Dad, I know." David managed to smile, pulling the boy into a quick, tight hug before ruffling his hair. "Oh, you know, huh? Well, good." He smiled. Owen grinned and shoved at his arm. "You're sweaty." "Yeah, well, so are you," David said, giving him a playful nudge that nearly tipped him over. Crichton nudged the frisbee into Owen's lap, tail wagging expectantly. Owen laughed, pushing himself up. He cocked his arm back and sent the disc spinning across the yard. Crichton tore after it, paws thudding through the grass, leaping high to snatch it from the air. David whistled. "Not bad. That one actually went straight." Owen puffed out his chest. "Yeah, I told you I was getting better." David smiled and gave his son's shoulder a little squeeze. Crichton bounded back and dropped the frisbee at his feet. David snapped his wrist, sending it on a high arc. The shepherd sprinted, leapt, and came down rolling before popping up with the disc clamped tight. Both of them laughed as Crichton pranced back like he just won a trophy. For a few minutes, nothing else mattered. Just the boy, the dog, and the father, trading throws and laughter under a sky that hadn't yet gone dark. The sheriff's office was quiet, the kind of late-night stillness that made the old building creak. George sat at his desk, one lamp burning low, a mug of coffee cooling beside the radio. The base unit crackled.
"Sheriff's office, this is dispatch."
The voice was female, unmistakably civilian. Clara Hensley, who'd run the board for 10 years. She wasn't a sworn officer, but she was the one who kept the phones, the logs,
and the radio calls moving along in an orderly fashion. George thumbed the mic.
Go ahead, Clara.
Got a call routed from Coast Guard Relay. Family out of Cleveland. 30-foot powerboat. They lost their engine about 5 miles west of Palmer's Bluff. They're drifting. 2 adults, 1 child on board.
George straightened.
Any injuries reported?
Negative,
Clara said.
but the family's scared. They tried to drop anchor, but it's not catching bottom, and they're still drifting. They sound pretty panicked.
George pressed a hand against his brow, picturing a dead boat rolling east with the current, a family sitting helpless on deck while the lake moved beneath them. He keyed the mic.
What's their position again?
Clara came back.
5 miles west of Palmer's Bluff, closest landmark they gave was a lighted buoy just north of their track. Currents pushing them inshore.
Static flared, then Mendez cut in.
Sheriff, we're within 5 minutes of the marina. Hawkins and I can be on the water fast.
George checked the clock on the wall. He was at least 20 minutes out. He pressed the key. No, negative. Hold position. Wait for me to get there. I don't want you going in alone. Static filled the gap for a moment. Then Mendez's voice came back, firm.
Sheriff, by the time you're on the water, that family could be pushed into the rocks. They've got a kid aboard. They're already panicked. We can't just sit here.
George's fingers drummed against the desk, the tick of the wall clock loud in his ears. 20 minutes. He pictured a powerless boat, anchor dragging, a family huddled under a canopy while the lake nudged them closer to a rocky shore. Another pause. Her voice returned, clipped but steady.
We've got sidearms, flares, radios. We're not helpless. And if we sit on shore waiting for backup, we're not deputies either. You taught me that.
George closed his eyes. In the glass of the office window, he caught the faint reflection of his own tired face. Worn, hollow. Too many nights replaying the same losses. Samantha, the Harpers, Marcus almost dying on the asphalt. Finally, he pressed the key again. Voice rough. 10-4, launch from the marina. Get eyes on him. And you stay in contact every minute, you hear me? I'll be there as fast as I can.
Copy that,
Mendez said.
We'll bring him in.
George set the mic down and grabbed the keys, the shotgun from the rack, and a box of shells. Shaking his head, he even snatched the half-empty salt shaker off the table, knowing damn well it probably wouldn't do a thing. He wished he had more time. The gravel lot at Daggerlin Point Marina crunched under George's tires as he pulled in. The rain had stopped, but the air still carried the wet metal smell that always came before a storm. Headlights cut across the rows of empty slips until they landed on David's truck already parked near the dock. David climbed out, a half-torn bag of road salt slung over one shoulder. He gave a short nod, jaw tight, and dropped it into the patrol boat with a dull thud.
Hey, left over from winter. Figured it's better than nothing.
George tossed the shotgun case aboard, checked the radio, and scanned the deck with quick, practiced motions. His face was pale under the dock lights, but his hand stayed steady. The base unit crackled once, then nothing. George frowned, thumbed the mic.
Mendez, Hawkins, you copy?
Static. He tried again.
Mendez, report.
The radio hissed, then fell silent. David glanced at him, worry plain in his eyes.
How long since you heard from him?
Too long. George's voice was flat. He clipped the mic back into place and reached for the ignition. He paused, looking over at David. You don't have to come, you know. I can handle the boat well enough myself. David shook his head before George even finished.
Not a chance.
You're not going out there alone."
"Dave," George began, "we're not ready yet. And if something happens to you..."
"I'm coming with you, George,"
David interrupted.
"That family's out there. Mendez and Hawkins are out there. Now let's go."
For a moment, the two men just stared at each other, the boat rocking gently against the dock. Then George gave a slow nod and stepped back. David slid behind the wheel, turned the key, and the outboards rumbled to life. Saltbag braced against the console at his knee.
"All right, hang on."
The patrol boat nosed out of the slip, spray catching the dock lights as it cut into the dark water. George braced himself on the rail, eyes fixed on the black horizon ahead. For just a moment, he let himself remember another night on the water, him and David as boys, sneaking Joe's old skiff out past the breakwall, laughing like idiots as they pointed the bow towards Erie's endless dark. Two kids daring the lake to take them. Now, years later, the same two men were headed back into that same dark, older, heavier, and carrying the weight of the whole town on their shoulders. But they weren't ready. The patrol boat cut through the black water, bow light sweeping pale arcs across the chop. Spray hissed along the hull, every splash louder than it should have been. Neither man spoke. David eased the throttles back as a shadow took shape ahead, a white fiberglass hull drifting broadside to the current. The Hanlon's boat. Its running lights glowed weakly, casting red and green streaks over the water. A thin fog had rolled in with the current, soft and uneven. It shifted across the decks, swallowing details until the bow light caught them. Beside it, tied clumsily along the port rail, another shape floated, smaller. The county patrol skiff. George's gut sank. He didn't have to say it aloud. David brought them in slowly, engine hum dropping to a low growl. Both boats rocked against each other in the dark, their lines creaking with each shift of the current. No movement on deck. No voices. The fog thickened in patches, curling over the rails, softening the outlines of empty chairs and windows. A child's life jacket lay abandoned near the stern, half shrouded in mist. On the county skiff, the floodlight still burned, its beam cut to ribbons by the haze, aimed uselessly out across the water. There was no one there. David throttled into neutral. The three boats, theirs, the patrol skiff, and the Hanlon's cruiser, knocked gently together in the current, the sound too ordinary, too normal. George scanned the decks, eyes narrowed. No sign of Mendez. No sign of the family. His voice was low, even, but David could hear the tension in it. The wind carried across the water, and the boats rocked again. The sound of rope straining against cleats filled the silence. For a long moment, neither man moved, just listening, just waiting. The fog pressed in closer, damp and heavy, muffling even the slap of water against the hull. It was the kind of quiet that felt wrong, not peaceful, but eerie. David finally reached for the cleat line. "Let's tie up." George nodded once. "Stay together. No splitting up." "Wouldn't dream of it," David replied. David looped the rope and hauled the patrol boat against the skiff. The hulls kissed with a hollow thud, then settled into a slow rhythm with the current. George chambered around in the shotgun, the click loud in the fog. "You board first, I'll cover." David slung the salt bag higher on his shoulder, hand brushing the pistol at his hip, the one George always made him bring just in case. He stepped across the gap, boots landing on fiberglass that creaked under his weight. George was right behind him, shotgun raised. The fog curled low across the deck, carrying the faint smell of brine and something else. David swept the beam of a handheld flashlight along the deck. The mist caught the light and blurred it, revealing only fragments. An overturned cooler, a towel stiff with lake water, the empty life jacket by the stern. He swept slower, steady, letting the light crawl across the deck. The fog smeared every edge, made every shape look wrong. He paused at a shadow by the cabin door, heart ticking faster, then let out a breath when it turned out to be nothing more than a folded deck chair half collapsed against the wall. George's boots creaked behind him, shotgun steady at his shoulder. The patrol skiff rocked against the cruiser, ropes groaning, as though the lake was tugging at them, impatient. David angled the light lower. Something dark streaked across the non-slip decking, faint but unmistakable. His jaw tightened. "George?" The sheriff stepped up, peering down. Smears, drying, worked into the tread. Blood. A few feet farther on, the beam caught metal. A gun lay on its side, half slick, the polymer grip streaked crimson. George crouched, eyes hard, shotgun never wavering from the shadows. He reached out, thumb and forefinger lifting the pistol by the trigger guard. "Issued," he muttered. "Mendez." The word hung between them. David's flashlight beam trembled slightly as he swept it across the deck again, over the cooler, the towel, the streaks of blood leading nowhere. The fog curled heavier, blurring the rails until the lake seemed to vanish just beyond arm's reach. And then it came, a sound cutting through the quiet. A splash. Not the sharp crack of a fish, not the roll of a wave. Heavy, deliberate, something breaking the surface and sinking back down again. Both men froze. David swung the flashlight toward the sound, its narrow cone slicing into the mist. White glare caught nothing but churned ripples fanning out into the dark. George rose slowly, shotgun following the beam. His jaw clenched. That wasn't a fish. Another knock sounded, not from the water this time, but from the hole. A dull thud, just beneath their feet, as if something large had brushed the underside of the boat. The two men locked eyes, breath tight, waiting for the next sound. David turned the flashlight toward the small cabin hatch. "Family might have gone below," he said. George nodded once, motioning him forward. They moved to the steps, the air inside thicker, worse. David put one foot down, then another, his beam shaking as it swept across the cramped space. The light caught the floor first. Red. Dark, tacky smears pooled deep in the non-skid grooves. Then more, shapes half buried in shadow. Arms, a leg twisted wrong against the bulkhead. Torn fabric. David stumbled on the step, boot skidding in something wet. He caught himself on the rail, breath catching. My God. George reached down, pulled him back with one hand on his shoulder. His own face was pale, jaw set hard. They didn't need to go any farther. Not down there. They backed up, step by slow step, until they were back in the open air. Fog curled thick around them, swallowing the railings, muting the world until the deck was nothing but a circle of pale light in the dark. George and David turned instinctively, standing back to back, weapons raised, breath tight. They could barely see more than a few feet ahead. The lake was gone, the sky gone, only the shifting gray pressing close, waiting. Then the hole shuddered. A wet, heavy thump from outside, the kind of weight that didn't come from water. George steadied the shotgun against his shoulder. David's flashlight beam swept the fog, wide arcs catching nothing but mist. Another knock. Closer. Against the rail this time. They tightened their stance, backs touching, eyes straining. And the thing came at them from the dark. A shape burst through the fog, taller than a man, shoulders slick, claws flashing. George fired point blank, the shotgun roaring across the deck. The blast tore through the mist, but the thing didn't slow. It hit them like a truck. George and David were thrown hard across the wet fiberglass, boots skidding, shoulders slamming against the rail. The shotgun spun from George's grip, clattering across the deck. David's flashlight pitched forward, its beam whipping through the fog before it fell and rolled, casting crazy arcs of light. The boat lurched under the impact, cleats groaning, lines straining as water slapped against the hull. The fog shifted, and for a second, the thing was only a silhouette crouched on the deck, grinning, claws dragging slowly across fiberglass, leaving gouges in its wake. George groaned, pushing himself up to his feet, eyes darting toward where the shotgun landed. He staggered forward, desperate, while David scrambled beside him, grasping frantically at the deck. His pistol was gone, somewhere in the shadows, lost in the spray and fog. George lunged for the shotgun, fingers closing around the stock, and the creature's claw came down. It raked across his arm with sickening force, nearly severing it at the elbow. George froze, a sound caught in his throat, staring at the torn mess hanging from his shoulder. And then the thing slammed into him again, hurling him to the deck. The shotgun skittered away as the creature pinned him down, claws pressing into his chest, its grin wide and dripping. It lowered one long claw and gently tapped the place just above his liver, lingering there. David staggered up, eyes wide. His pistol was gone, but the salt bag lay burst open nearby, spilling across the boards. He grabbed a double handful, grit biting into his palm, and flung it into the creature's face. The effect was instant. The thing shrieked, staggering back from his friend, claws flailing as steam hissed off its slick skin. It clawed at its own eyes, blinded, writhing in the fog. David snatched another handful and threw it, then another, each one driving the thing backward across the slick deck. Step by step it retreated, stubborn, violently shaking its head against the burn. David's boot struck something hard. His pistol? He snatched it up, leveled it with both hands, and squeezed the trigger. The first shot cracked, then another. Bullets struck home this time, the creature lurching with each impact, black fluid spraying as it staggered near the rail. But still it held, crouched low, ready to charge. Then the shotgun boomed. George, pale and swaying, had braced the weapon in the crook of his good arm, teeth gritted against the pain. The blast tore through the creature's chest at close range, This time it groaned, a low, guttural sound, and toppled backward over the rail. The lake swallowed it whole, leaving only ripples that spread into the fog. George let the shotgun slip from his grip and sagged against the deck, blood running from his arm, his head rolling weakly to the side. His lips parted as if to say something, but only a faint breath came. Then his eyes fluttered shut, and there was only darkness. David dropped to his knees beside him, pressing a hand to George's chest. Terrified for a moment, he'd stopped breathing. Relief surged when he felt the shallow rise and fall. Weak, but there. Blood pumped steadily from the ruined arm. David swore under his breath, yanked his belt free, and looped it high above the wound, just below George's shoulder. He pulled it tight, then tighter still, until the bleeding slowed. Not enough. His eyes darted across the deck. A broken bit of railing lay loose near the rail. He jammed it through the belt loop and twisted, cinching it until George let out a faint moan. The flow finally eased. Wasn't perfect, but it would hold. Only then did David hook his arms under George's good shoulder and drag him across the slick deck, boots slipping in blood and salt. Every tug felt heavier than the last, but he got him to the patrol boat and heaved him over the rail, laying him flat on the deck. That was when he heard it, muffled cries rising from the cabin below. David froze, listening. The sound of a woman's sob, a child's whimper, and a man's voice trying and failing to sound steady. He moved back to the Hanlon's boat, shoved the hatch open, and swept his flashlight inside. 3 faces blinked up at him through the gloom. A woman clutching a boy against her chest, the man in front of them, a tiny pocket knife shaking in his grip. His eyes were wide, terrified, but he was ready to stand between whatever came through that door and his family. "It's all right," David said quickly, lowering the light. "I'm here to get you out." The man's shoulders sagged with relief. The knife clattered against the deck as it slipped out of his hand. One by one, David helped them up and out. The boy first, then his mother, then the father, each scrambling onto the patrol boat where George lay pale and still, his arm bound tight. David climbed aboard last, shoved the throttle forward, and the engines roared. The patrol boat tore away from the drifting cruiser, spray curling off the bow as he pointed them toward the faint light of Daggerlin's shoreline. The patrol boat slid into Daggerlin Point Marina, bumping against the fenders as David eased the throttles back. Red strobes already lit the docks. Not 1, but 2 ambulances waiting with their crews. The paramedics were on George in seconds, easing him onto a stretcher, eyes checking the belt tourniquet cinched around his arm. His skin was gray, lips bloodless, but his chest still rose and fell. "Is he?" David's words caught in his throat. "How bad?" One medic pressed gloved fingers to George's neck and looked up without stopping. "Pulse is weak. He's lost a lot of blood. We'll do everything we can." They pushed off toward the waiting ambulance, wheels rattling on the dock planks. George's pale face disappeared behind flashing red as the door shut and the siren carried him away. Behind them, Ellen Hanlon clutched her son, both of them shaking. Another medic was already ushering them into the second ambulance. He said there were minor injuries, but they needed to be checked out. Within minutes, that rig pulled away too, its siren fading into the fog, and the marina was quiet again. Headlights swung in across the lot. A battered pickup rolled to a stop, brakes squealing. Joe Winters climbed down stiffly, one hand on the doorframe. The passenger side banged open, and Crichton hit the planks at a run. The black shepherd bounded to David, pressing his head into his ribs, tail thrashing once before he went still, nose working the damp air. David dropped to one knee, fingers digging into the dog's coat. "Good boy," he whispered, his throat tight. He stood as his father approached. "What are you doing here?" Joe's voice was gruff. "Heard the call on the scanner, thought I could help. What happened out there?" David let out a shaky breath, still resting a hand on Crichton's neck. His eyes looked hollow in the dock light. "It was bad. I don't know if George is going to make it. That family was trapped, and if we'd been a minute later..." He stopped, rubbing a hand down his face. "You don't want the details?" Joe frowned. "You're talking like it was something more than a busted engine." David shook his head slowly. "It wasn't an engine, Dad. You know it wasn't. We saw it again. It came up on the boat. Nearly took George. It would have taken me too if the salt hadn't slowed it." Joe stiffened. "David?" "I'm telling you the truth," David interrupted. He looked down, knuckles white against Crichton's fur. "It's real, Dad. I wish to God it wasn't, but it is." Joe's voice came out low, but sharp. "You said the same thing when Claire got sick. You saw signs. You thought you knew better. You wouldn't even let her try the chemo." David's head snapped up. "Don't. She might still be here." Joe pressed, his voice breaking. "If you'd tried to talk her into it." David's face twisted, pained. "It wasn't my choice. It was hers, Dad. That's what Claire wanted. She didn't want to spend her last months hooked to machines, sick and miserable. She wanted to live life while she could." Joe's eyes shone wet in the dock light, but his voice was harsh. "She wanted hope, and you just let her throw it away because it was easier than fighting." David shook his head hard, voice hoarse. "I loved her enough to let her choose. You think that was easy for me? Watching her waste away while I prayed for one more good day? You weren't there, Dad, not like I was." "I loved her too," Joe snapped, his face lined with grief as much as anger. For a long beat, neither man spoke. It struck David then that this was the first time they'd said Claire's name aloud since the funeral. All of it had been bubbling under the surface for months, festering in silence, waiting for a night like this to finally tear loose. Crichton's growl deepened, claws scraping the planks, but neither of the men noticed. Joe's voice cracked when he spoke again. "That boy needed his mother. God knows he still does. And instead, he's left with you chasing monsters and ghosts." David's face darkened. He broke away, pacing a few steps down the dock, hands pressed hard against the back of his neck. Crichton padded close behind, head low, growl rising as his ears tracked the black water beneath the pilings. David spun, frustration boiling over. Sit. The shepherd dropped to his haunches instantly, whining low in his throat, eyes never leaving the leg. Crichton, stay, David said. Crichton froze, muscles rigid, ears pinned forward. His chest rumbled with a warning growl he couldn't swallow down, but he obeyed, whining softly, eyes still locked on the dark water below. David turned back toward his father, anger burning through his exhaustion. Don't you dare say I failed, Owen. Don't you dare. The fog pressed tighter, swallowing the edges of the dock. Crichton's growl built to a low, shaking rumble in the silence, but the men were too far inside their grief and anger to hear. David kept pacing, boots thudding softly on the wet planks. His voice was ragged now, torn between fury and grief. Crichton's growl rose sharp and sudden, silencing the men. The shepherd stared down, ears flat, teeth bared at the black gap between the pilings. David barely turned his head before something cold and black shot up from the water. A claw snapped around his ankle and yanked. He gasped, the sound more shock than scream, as his legs went out from under him. His arms hit the boards hard, scrabbling to grab a hold of something, but his legs were already in the water. It was dragging him down. Joe dove, grabbing for his son's wrist, but the grip below was too strong. David's eyes flashed up at his father's face, and then the lake claimed him, ripping him down into the darkness.
Ohio emergency alert. All law enforcement in Daggerlin is either dead or critically wounded. If you are a citizen, evacuate immediately. As of now, there is no one left to protect you. If you cannot leave, lock your doors, arm yourself, and stay away from the lake. Something is out there.
Joe Winter sat on the dock with his clothes plastered to his skin, lake water dripping from his sleeves. His hands rested heavy on his knees, veins standing out under thin, weathered skin. But he didn't notice the egg. He just stared at the black surface below, watching it lap gently against the pilings, as if nothing had happened at all. His son was gone. At the edge of the dock, right where David had told him to stay, Crichton sat rigid. The shepherd's body trembled with the effort of obeying, ears pinned back, eyes fixed on the dark water. Every few breaths he let out a soft whine, nose stretched forward, as if he were waiting for David to come back. The air was damp. Fog drifted in thin veils, curling along the planks, softening the horizon until water and sky blurred together. Joe's shoulders sagged. He didn't move. He didn't speak. Crichton whined again, lower this time, his eyes locked on the place where David had gone under. The night was still, except for the quiet lap of water against the pilings and the low groan of boards under Joe's weight. Then, faint at first, came the sound of an engine on the county road, a tired, uneven rattle making its way down the hill toward the water. Headlights cut through the trees, beams washing across empty slips and chain-link fence before swinging wide into the gravel lot. The old pickup rolled in slow, tires crunching, fog parting around its hood like smoke. The marina lay mostly in darkness. Boats rocked against their lines, hulls knocking soft and hollow, ropes creaking in rhythm with the swell. A few lamps buzzed at the edges of the lot, their light weak against the mist. The truck eased to a stop near the dock. Its engine coughed once, then went still. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the driver's door creaked open, and Marcus Wilkins stepped out. His shoulders were hunched, his limp more pronounced than before, bandages faintly visible in the glow from the lamp above. He pushed the door shut with his hip and stood there for a moment, taking in the sight of Joe on the dock. Something hung from his right hand, wrapped in an oily rag. Marcus didn't call out right away. He just started down the planks, boots dragging slightly, the boards complaining under his weight. Each step echoed against the still water until he stopped a few feet from Joe, the bundle held firmly at his side. Joe didn't look up. His eyes stayed fixed on the black water, shoulders slumped, clothes plastered to his skin. The only sound coming from him was the faint wheeze of breath, steady but thin. Marcus stopped a few paces back. The lamp over the lot hummed faintly. You could hear insects ticking against glass. Neither man spoke. Crichton turned first, ears pricking at the sound of boots on the boards. He gave a low chuff, not a growl, just a sound to say he knew someone was there. Then he went quiet again, eyes looking back to the same spot. Marcus let out a slow breath. His grip tightened on the rag-wrapped bundle, the cloth damp at the edges, leaving faint marks on his fingers. He carried it low at his side like a weight. He stood there a moment longer, the fog drifting between them, until finally he said, "Heard the radio calls earlier. Got here as soon as I could." The words hung in the air, small against the vast dark of the lake. Marcus stood there another beat, the fog moving between them, the lake groaning faintly against the pilings. His grip shifted on the rag-wrapped bundle, knuckles pale under the strain. Finally, he stepped closer. The boards creaked. He stopped just short of Joe and lowered himself stiffly to one knee. For a moment, he stayed there, breathing through the damp, his eyes never leaving the older man's face. Then, slowly, he lifted the bundle and held it out. The cloth sagged open just enough for the steel to catch what little light was there. Short, hammered uneven, its edge crusted with salt. Wire bound the handle, crude, ugly, but sharp. "Salt and silver," Marcus said quietly. "The boys think this can hurt it." Joe's eyes tracked the glint of metal. He didn't reach for it. His jaw tightened, the lines of his face hollow in the fog. Marcus's arm stayed outstretched, steady despite the tremors in his hand. "Give this to your boy," he said. The words hung between them. Long seconds passed. Only the groan of the dock and Crichton's soft whine. Joe's gaze slid past the blade, out across the black water. He stared far into the lake for a long moment, his jaw tightening, the lines in his face drawn hard in the dim light. Then he looked back down, eyes set. His hand rose, slow but steady now, and clamped around the hilt of the dagger. The salt scraped his skin as he pulled it into his lap, gripping it with a grim focus, with purpose. Marcus watched him for a beat, jaw working once, like he had more to say, and chose not to. "Well," he said at last, "best I head back. Storm's coming." Joe lifted his gaze past the knife, past Marcus, out to the lake. A long seam of darkness lay low on the horizon where the fog thinned, and somewhere inside it, thunder rolled, far off, but moving. The sound carried across the water and curled under the boards like a slow breath. They stood for a moment. The lamp over the lot hummed. Lines tapped the cleats. Crichton gave a small, uncertain whine and stared at the black water. Joe blinked once, then looked back to Marcus.
Marcus, take the dog to George and Laura's. Owen's there.
Marcus nodded. No argument. He gave a soft whistle that barely rose over the wind and called out to the dog. He stepped aside and patted his thigh. Crichton didn't move. He looked at Marcus, then back at Joe. His tail thumped once against the planks and stopped. Joe kept his eyes on the lake for a second longer, then dropped them to the dog.
Go on,
he said, quiet but firm. He pointed toward the lot.
Go with Marcus.
The shepherd's ears tipped forward. He took 2 steps, then stopped again, head turned, unsure.
Go to Owen, the old man said.
That did it. Crichton moved, paws soft on wet wood, passing Marcus with a last look at Joe before the old mechanic turned and led him up the ramp. At the truck, Marcus swung the tailgate down. The hinges complained. He tapped the bed twice with his knuckles and stepped back. Crichton gathered and leapt. The old shocks took the hit with a tired creak. The dog turned in a tight circle on the ribbed metal, then faced the dock again, head over the tailgate, watching. Marcus eased the gate up until the latches caught. He gave it a test tug, then reached to the cab and pulled the door open. The dome light washed pale across the gravel and the bandage at his neck. He climbed in slow, winced, and then settled behind the wheel. The pickup coughed awake on the second try. Its idle wavered, found itself, and held. Brake lights spread a dull red across the mist, painting the lower rails of the dock and the slick leaves at the lot's edge. Crichton's chest rose and fell, a small fog of breath puffing from his nose into the cold air. He kept his eyes on Joe. A low whine slipped out. Joe stood with a dagger under his coat and the wind at his back, watching the dog. He lifted a hand once, not quite a wave, more a steadying, the way you settle a skittish horse, and let it fall away. Marcus rolled a foot off the brake. The truck nosed forward, slow enough that stones cracked and rolled under the tires one at a time. He cut the wheels and let the pickup crawl along the edge of the lot, then straightened toward the road. Crichton twisted to keep Joe in sight as long as he could, 4 paws braced on the tailgate, nails clicking on steel with each bump. Another small whine slipped free. Joe stood until the red taillights faded, until the sound of the engine thinned and went soft under the fog. Only when the lot was empty did he look back to the water. Thunder rumbled. The wind came in colder, sharper. Ropes creaked. A loose fender thumbed hollow against a piling somewhere down the line of slips. Joe drew the dagger out, just enough to feel the wire bite of the hilt against his fingers, then slid it back under the coat. He took a breath, deep and steady, and stepped toward the ramp. The planks grew narrower toward the far edge of Daggerlin Point, where the sailboats rolled the weather on short leashes. Joe moved down the ramp without hurry, one hand trailing the rail, The other flat over the coat where the dagger rode. David's cow, Claire, sat where she always did, rocking in the slip with a quiet, impatient sound. The boom was lashed down tight, mainsail snug in its cover, halyards tied off so they wouldn't rattle the mast in a blow. She looked ready and waiting, the way David left things, neat and squared away. Joe stepped onto the finger pier and reached under the cockpit, feeling along the cold teak until his fingertips found the little patch of duct tape where the edge always lifted. The spare key was inside a folded freezer bag. He peeled it free, slid it into the companionway lock, and pushed the hatch. The cabin breathed out at him. Diesel, damp wool, a hint of coffee trapped in the cushions. He flipped the battery selector from off to both, watched the cabin lights hesitate, and then come alive in a low amber way, like the boat was waking up. One by one, he worked through David's system without a checklist, just doing what a man does when he already knows the steps. Nav lights, click. Red and green winked to life up at the bow. The stern light glowed white in the mist like a small moon. VHF, hiss. Then a steady working channel. He turned it down, but left it on. Bilge, a short hum. The pump coughed up a mouthful and went quiet. Fuel shut off, open. Panel breakers, instrument cluster, glow in the gauge glass. The numbers crawled to ones he trusted. He unzipped a hanging locker and pulled out a gray, foul-weather jacket. The sleeves were long on him, but they'd do. He zipped it halfway and set the dagger inside, the wire bite of the hilt catching against the lining. Then he dug into his own coat pocket and pulled out a stubby revolver, an old .38 he'd kept too long and cleaned too often. He opened the cylinder, eyed the brass, thumbed each round to feel its seat, and snapped it closed with a practiced roll of his wrist he hadn't used in years. That went into the jacket as well, front right, where his hand knew to find it. Back at the engine panel, he held the preheat down and counted under his breath. 5, 6, 7. Then turned the key. The little diesel gave a tight cough, paused like it was thinking about it, and caught on the second try. The cabin took on that familiar low thrum you feel more than hear, a vibration in the soles and through the wrist. He glanced aft. Raw water pulsed blue from the exhaust. Oil pressure came up. He eased the throttle to a high idle and let her warm. On the dock, the rain ticked once and quit. The sound of thunder came again, closer now. The fog moved like breath over the slips. Joe stepped out into it. The storm was nearer now. A hollow boom rolled across the water. Rain speckled in cold pinpricks. Joe bent to loosen the line, and the boat lurched. Something black and heavy slammed down over the lifelines with a wet crack, hitting the deck hard enough to rattle through the hull. The sound was raw, animal. Claws scrabbling across the non-skid in a frantic rush. Joe spun, hand already on the revolver, heart kicking hard. For a breath, the shape was nothing but slick shadow and noise, surging toward him in the dark. Then lightning split the sky, and the cockpit filled with the dripping, panting form of Crichton. The shepherd shook himself once, flinging water across the wheel, then froze, eyes fixed on Joe. His chest heaved, tongue lolling. Joe let the revolver sink back, fingers shaking once before they steadied. He stared at the dog for a long beat, then reached forward, grabbing the thick ruff at his neck and pulling him close. "You're not supposed to be here," Joe said.
Crichton pushed his wet muzzle against Joe's cheek and gave a quick, earnest lick. For the first time in hours, Joe's mouth twitched. Not a smile, not really, but the ghost of one. He shoved the dog gently back, shaking his head. "Go," he muttered, pointing toward the dog. "Go back." Crichton didn't move. He trotted up onto the cabin roof with a quick burst of energy, paws tapping, then planted himself right at the bow. The shepherd stood braced against the wind, ears up, eyes on the black water beyond the break wall. He looked back once, then forward again, tail stiff as a mast. Joe's shoulders sagged as he looked over.
"We're not coming back, boy," he said quietly.
His words were almost lost under the thrum of the diesel and the roll of thunder. Crichton didn't look at him this time. He just stared out into the dark, like he already knew.
Joe's hand lingered on the dagger, eyes fixed on the dog at the bow.
Crichton hadn't moved, his body set like stone against the wind. When he glanced back over his shoulder, there was no fear in him, only a sharp, steady focus. Joe remembered then that Crichton had loved David too. The old man stood there for a long moment. Then he gave the faintest nod. The last line slipped free from the cleat, rope sliding into the black water. Claire edged forward, nosing out into the storm. Rain ticked harder on the deck, running quickly over the side. Thunder pressed low across the horizon, a rolling weight that made the halyards shiver against the mast. Joe kept one hand on the throttle, the other steady on the wheel, eyes fixed on the gap between the break wall and the endless dark beyond. Crichton stood planted at the bow, legs braced wide, ears flat against the rising wind. He looked back once, eyes catching Joe's in the dim red wash of the instruments. That same focus. Joe exhaled, long and steady. His hand brushed the dagger beneath his coat, the wire biting through the lining like it wanted out. Ahead, lightning stitched the sky, illuminating the black water in jagged flashes. He eased the throttle forward. Claire slid past the last of the pilings, the dock lights falling away behind them, swallowed by fog and rain. The lake opened wide, waiting. Claire nosed past the break wall. The swells were small at first, rolling the hull with a steady rhythm, but the further Joe pushed into open water, the sharper they came. Rain streaked sideways across the deck, stinging his face, plastering his hair down beneath the hood of the borrowed jacket. The rigging groaned as the gust picked up, a low, constant strain. He eased the throttle higher, feeling the wheel shudder in his grip. Crichton stood at the bow without flinching, chest low, ears flat, his paws splayed wide on the wet fiberglass. Every so often he glanced back, as if checking on Joe, then fixed his stare forward again. Lightning split the sky to the east, and for a heartbeat the world was day, waves white and heaving, spray hanging in the air like broken glass. And then blackness rushed back in, heavier. Joe's knuckles whitened on the wheel. The wind fell suddenly, just for a breath, and the storm opened a crack in its veil. Moonlight broke through. Out on the water, no more than 50 yards off the bow, the surface bulged once, smooth, deliberate. A dome of slick, greenish-black skin rose slowly into the silver light. Then the shape turned,
and Joe saw it. A head rising clear above the chop. 2 yellow eyes locked on them through the dark, and then it smiled. The head sank back beneath the surface with barely a ripple. For a moment, the water looked empty again, only the storm moving it. Joe kept his hand tight on the wheel. He didn't need to say anything. Crichton was already braced forward, hackles raised, following that unseen shape. The shepherd's gaze tracked the swells, his body trembling with focus, ears pinned against the rain. Claire pushed on, deeper into the storm. The swells grew sharper, slamming the bow down into troughs that sent spray over the rails. Rain sheeted across the deck in silver veils, lightning strobing the sky white, then black again. Each time the lake lit up, Joe scanned the horizon, searching. Nothing. Just water. Alive and endless. Then he saw it again, farther out this time, straight ahead. The slick dome broke the surface, lingered in the moonlight, then slipped under, leading them on. Joe's jaw tightened. His knuckles whitened over the wheel, but he followed. Minutes stretched. Every few hundred yards, the head surfaced again, always just long enough to make sure they saw it, always just far enough out that they had to chase. It wasn't running. It was drawing them out. And then, without warning, things changed. The lake around them bulged once, then again. Ripples curled in wide arcs off the port side, then the starboard. Lightning flashed, and Joe saw it clearly. The head rising close this time, the grin stretched wide. It wasn't leading anymore. It was circling. Wide at first, then tighter. Each time the head broke the surface, those yellow eyes locked onto Joe's, mocking, certain. Crichton growled low in his throat, paws locked on the bow, every hair on his back bristling. Joe steadied the wheel, eyes darting from port to starboard as the ripples closed in. He knew the feeling, a predator toying with prey, stretching out the moment because it could. The boat rolled hard to starboard. Something massive had passed just beneath the hull, close enough that the keel shuddered. Then silence. Just the slap of rain and the groan of rigging. Another flash of lightning. The head surfaced on the port side, closer this time, the grin wider. It sank with a slow roll of its shoulders, as though nothing in the world could touch it. And then the deck bucked. The boat lurched hard to starboard as something slammed into the hull below the waterline. The sound was like steel tearing against rock, a screech that rattled through every bolt. Joe was thrown sideways against the wheel, the revolver in his coat digging into his ribs. Crichton staggered but caught himself, claws scrabbling on the slick fiberglass. The strike came again, harder. Wood shrieked and cracked. Joe felt the wheel jerk in his hands as the rudder kicked wild. He knew what it was doing. Not just striking, tearing. The creature was trying to rip the boat apart beneath them. Something massive moved through the water. The hull groaned. The whole boat shuddering like it'd run aground, though they were miles from shore. Crichton snarled, head low, claws scratching for purchase on the slick deck. Another slam came from below, this one angled upward, the impact rattling the mast and showering rain from the rigging. Lightning split the sky, and for a heartbeat, he saw the head break the surface beside the boat. Those yellow eyes glowed back at him, mocking, confident. It scrabbled up the hole. Claws punched through the lifelines, snapping cable like thread. It hauled itself half out of the water, one long arm sweeping across the deck and gouging a deep trench through the surface. Another pull, and its body surged up and over, heavy and slick, slamming onto the fiberglass. Claire rocked hard with the weight, fenders squealing against nothing. Dripping, grinning, it stood tall on the deck, claws flexing, teeth bared. It had come aboard. For a long moment, it only stood there, chest heaving, water pouring off its shoulders in sheets that pattered across the cockpit. Lightning flashed again, and the grin widened, rows of teeth gleaming wet. The thing didn't rush, didn't even crouch to strike. It paced a slow half-step across the deck, claws dragging along the fiberglass, with a sound like knives on stone. Each scrape carved deep, deliberate gouges, as if it wanted Joe to understand just how easily it could tear up everything. Joe knew the look. He'd seen it before in Predators. The creature wasn't cautious, because it didn't need to be. It had survived too long, fed too well. In its mind, nothing in this world could touch it. Not bullets, not blades, not time itself. The grin wasn't just joy, it was certainty. For a moment, Joe couldn't move. The thing's size, the dripping shoulders, the way those yellow eyes burned through the storm. It was too much. It filled the whole boat. That grin was carved into his mind, wide and certain, as though it had already won. Then he saw David's face, the boy he'd raised, the man this thing had taken. His son. Joe ripped the revolver from his coat and fired twice. The shots cracked through the storm, deafening in the small cockpit. Both rounds hit square in the chest. The creature only twitched once, then straightened, its grin widening as though bullets were nothing. Joe's jaw locked. He thumbed the hammer back and fired again. 2 more rounds slammed home. This time the thing rocked back a step, claws flexing, the grin breaking for just an instant. Joe fired the last 2. Both found the same place, and the reaction was different. The creature's yellow eyes narrowed, its chest heaved. It groaned low and guttural, a sound that cut through the wind. Lightning split the sky. For the first time, Joe saw it clearly. The monster's chest wasn't whole. Its hide should have been smooth, black, and gleaming under the rain, but across its chest, the flesh was uneven, torn and rigid, as though something had already broke through once before. Patches along its shoulders and throat looked pale and seared, raw even in the storm. It was healing, steadily, like a wound knitting back together. Another night, maybe even another day, and the scars would have sealed. It would have been whole again. But not tonight. It still carried the scars from the last battle, and George and David had left their mark. The creature staggered just for a moment. Its grin faltered, yellow eyes narrowing, claws spreading wide as it steadied itself on the deck. For the first time, Joe saw it hesitate. And right then, Crichton exploded off the bow. The shepherd hit low,
teeth sinking into the creature's leg with a savage shake. The monster roared, yellow eyes blazing, and raked a claw across the dog's muzzle. Blood flew in the rain. With a violent twist, it hurled Crichton against the deck. The shepherd hit hard, sliding across the slick fiberglass with a yelp that cut through the storm. But that moment was enough. Jor tore the dagger free from his coat, the wire-wrapped hilt biting into his palm. He lunged forward and drove it up under the creature's neck, salt grinding deep into the wound. The dagger sank home, a wet crunch swallowed by the storm. Black fluid hissed where the salt touched, steam rising in the rain. The creature howled, its grin finally breaking, and its claw shot up, not to retreat, but to seize. It grabbed a fistful of Joe's coat, yanking him in close until their faces were inches apart. Yellow eyes burned into his, wide and furious. Then the claws of its free hand punched forward, driving deep into Joe's chest. The old man gasped, breath tearing out of him, but his grip on the dagger didn't loosen. He pushed harder, twisting the blade as the creature pulled him closer. Man and monster locked eye to eye in the storm. Its grin widened, and the claws of its free hand slid up towards Joe's throat. But Crichton was already moving. The shepherd came up from the deck in a blur, hitting low and hard, teeth finding the torn place of the creature's leg. The monster snarled and kicked, but the dog held fast, determined to help the old man. And he did. Joe wrenched the dagger free in a single ripping motion. Then he drove the blade forward and up, one hard thrust. The dagger punched through the soft gleam of its left eye. It screamed. Not so much loud as deep, a sound that shook the little sailboat through its bones. The yellow in the other eye blew wide with shock. Claws let go. The creature reeled, one arm flailing for purchase on slick fiberglass, the other pressed to its ruined face as if it couldn't understand what had just happened. It stumbled. The deck pitched. The wind took a long, ragged breath. Then it toppled backward, crashing down hard and spilling onto the deck. It lay there, chest heaving, legs dragging lines under and over themselves as though trying to pull the whole boat down with it. Rain washed sheets of black fluid across the deck, thinning it to a watery haze that ran down into the lake. Crichton let go and staggered back, one paw skidding, side heaving. He stood and braced, ears flat, waiting for the next strike that didn't come. Joe swayed where he stood, each breath hitched, shallow and high. He pressed his palm to his chest, and it came away dark, but he didn't look. His eyes stayed on the thing at his feet, a monster that had treated them like a formality, something to be finished at its leisure. It was still alive. Joe stepped forward, once, twice. The third step wasn't a step so much as a controlled fall to his knees, the dagger still gripped tight in his hand. The creature's remaining eye found him. The grin that had lived on that face all night, and maybe for centuries before that, was gone now. In its place, there was fear, and there was confusion. It stared up at an old man and a dog under a breaking storm, and seemed to search for an answer that it would never find. With another night, another day, it would have healed clean. The torn flesh would have knitted. The salt-bright scars would have faded to black, and it would have gone on taking what it wanted. It had survived storms, winters, centuries, whole lines of men. It had survived for so long that the idea of ending here made no sense at all. Joe put a hand to the deck to steady himself. He leaned in, found the place where the ribs rose under that slick hide, and set the point. He didn't say anything. He drove the dagger down. The blade slid between bone and into the heart with a final, firm push, and the creature arched once, every line in its body going taut, clawed hands opening to the rain, then went still. The storm roared around them and seemed to wait. The monster collapsed where it stood, a dead weight hitting the slick side deck with a hollow thud. It landed half across the rail, shoulders hanging over the edge. For a moment, the storm just rocked it there, limp and unmoving, its grin slackening into nothing. Another swell rolled in, lifting Claire sideways. The ruined lifeline cable groaned and parted under the shift. The body slid with a roll, scraping across fiberglass until gravity did the rest. It fell cleanly into the black water, slowly vanishing below. Ripples spread, silvered by the moon. Then they were gone. Crichton stepped in close, pressing his shoulder against Joe's leg. The dog's head tilted, ears cocked, as if listening for a sound that was no longer there. He gave a small, uncertain whine. The boat rolled on the swells, not hard now, just that slow, tired sway old sailors know. Somewhere aft, a line thumped and slid. A torn lifeline cable swung in a lazy arc, taking the stanchion with each pass. Joe closed his eyes for a second, just one, then looked over at the dog and pushed himself upright. He staggered to the companionway and ducked below, bracing a shoulder against the galley bulkhead as he reached for the VHF. His fingers found the button by memory.
Ghost guard.
He swallowed and tried again. Voice a rasp in the boxy little cabin.
Ghost guard. This is sailboat Claire. Man injured. Vessel damaged. Request assistance. Over.
At first there was static. Then a calm voice cut through like a hand on a shoulder. He gave them what he could. Location by dead reckoning. His name. The state of the boat. Each word an effort. He hung the mic, stood there for a moment with his palm on the chart table, and saw the photo crooked under the little lip of varnished wood. He slid it out with shaking fingers. 4 faces looked back. Him, Claire with her head tipped just so, David between them with that guarded grin he'd never quite outgrown, and a smaller boy perched on Joe's hip because the dock had felt too big that day. Owen. Joe held it until the edges curled under his grip. He carried the photo up the companionway into the rain. The storm was different now. The thunder had moved off a little. The air wasn't so tight. The moon broke free and set a silver road across the water. Joe carried the photo out into the rain,
clutching it to his chest. He began edging along the port side, one hand dragging along the wet rail for balance. The boat rolled beneath him, slow but unpredictable, every swell pushing Claire farther out, the cut lines groaning, the few that still held fraying strand by strand. The storm hadn't finished with him yet. He stumbled once, knees buckling, shoulders slamming against the cabin side. The photo nearly slipped from his grip, but he caught it, pressing it hard to his chest. His breath rattled shallow, blood soaking through the jacket in a steady warmth. At the rail, he stopped. The lake opened out beside him, a black void broken only by the pale seam of moonlight running straight toward the horizon. He leaned against the lifeline where the creature's claws had raked it nearly in two. The cable sagged under his weight, threads of wire hanging loose, ticking with each sway of the boat. Joe stared out across the water, the photo trembling in his hand. Rain streaked the faces in the picture until they blurred together, but he could still see them. His knees buckled. The strength went out of him all at once, and he dropped hard to the deck, sitting right at the edge. The rail pressed against his hip, the slack lines sliding and groaning with each roll of the boat. The photo shook in his hand, edges already pulping from the rain. He clutched it tighter against his chest, trying to steady his breathing, but every breath came shorter, harsher, broken by the pain flooding his ribs. Crichton edged up beside him, close enough that Joe could feel the warmth of him through the wet. The dog planted himself at his side, steady against the sway. He lowered his head, pressing it against Joe's shoulder, and gave a soft, pleading whine. Joe lifted his free hand and rubbed the dog's head slowly. A faint smile cracked through his bloodless face. He was glad Crichton had come with him, glad he wasn't alone here at the end.
I'm sorry, boy,
he said. His thumb brushed the fur between Crichton's ears.
You stay here.
Crichton whined, low and broken, but he didn't move. He stayed pressed against Joe, eyes wide and searching, as if he understood every word. The moonlight pooled across the side deck, silvering the torn cables, the rain, the blood. Claire rolled on the swells, her hull groaning as she drifted. Every sway slid Joe an inch closer to the edge, the slick fiberglass offering nothing to hold on to but the frayed wire. He tightened his grip on the photo. The faces stared back at him through the blur of rain. All of them together, the way it used to be. Joe's breath rattled shallow as he pressed the photo to his chest again. His eyes slowly closed, and his head slumped. The dagger dangled loose in his hand, the photo still pinned against him in the rain. Crichton nosed at him once, a soft nudge against his shoulder. Nothing. The old man's body sagged where it sat, heavy and still, and he didn't move again. The boat heaved one more time. The last frayed strands of cable fell away, and Joe's body tipped slowly over the rail. He slipped into the silver-lit water without a sound, vanishing beneath the dark surface, the photo still with him. Crichton stood alone on the deck, rain dripping from his muzzle. He let out a soft whine, but he didn't move. He'd always listened, and the old man had told him to stay. The storm broke, rain thinning to a mist that drifted low across the water. The moon climbed higher, steady now, silver light spilling over the heaving lake. Claire rocked slowly, side to side, her torn lines groaning with every roll. Then, far out in the dark, came the drone of engines, low, steady, carrying over the water. A searchlight cut through the fog, sweeping wide arcs until it fixed on a sailboat drifting alone. The beam slid across Claire's deck. What it showed was ruin. The lifelines hung in tatters. The deck was gouged deep where claws had raked, fiberglass torn and splintered. Blood streaked the planks in two shades, thick black smeared with streaks of bright red, both washed thin but not gone, running in ribbons. And that was all. No bodies, no movement, nothing. Except a dog. A black shepherd sat in the middle of the wreckage, drenched and silent, muzzle dripping blood. He didn't stir as the searchlight poured over him, didn't lift his head to the voices calling from the other boat. He sat in place right where Joe had told him and stared down into the water. The storm had passed. Time went by, and the town of Daggerlin carried on, though nothing was quite the same. At the diner on Main Street, the smell of coffee clung to the walls. Every time Owen Winters walked in, heads turned. Someone always stood up, pressed a couple bills into his hand before he could argue. Breakfast, lunches, dinners, the town wouldn't let him pay for a thing. To them, he was more than just a boy. He was the last piece of his family, the last Winters left. And always at his side came the dog. Crichton padded through town with his scarred muzzle and steady eyes, tail low but proud. Folks brought him food the way they bought Owen meals. A burger wrapped in foil, a strip of bacon slipped from a plate. The kids in town watched with wide eyes, whispering among themselves. Some said he wasn't even really a dog. Maybe he was a monster too. But if he was on their side. Owen never let any of it go to his head. He kept his chin down, muttered thank you, and ate his meals with Crichton curled at his feet. Harbor's Rest Cemetery sat on a low rise at the edge of town, rows of headstones leaning under the weight of years. The grass was damp and soft beneath George's boots, the air heavy with the smell of wet leaves. He stopped at David's grave. The stone was clean, the soil still fresh, a small bouquet of wild flowers resting at its base. George stood there a long while, hat in his hands, head bowed.
Owen's doing well in school, he said quietly. Laura makes sure of that. She's got him up early, making his lunch, riding the bus. He paused, breathing slow. He misses you. I miss you too. George shifted, thumb running along the brim of his hat. You know, Laura never cared much for animals. Swore she'd never have a dog. Couldn't stand when he let Crichton up on the couch. A small, tired smile touched his mouth.
And now she won't let that dog out of her sight. Guess he's family now, too. George laid a calloused hand on the cold stone. Don't worry, Dave. Owen's safe. We'll watch over him. The days slipped into weeks, then months. Spring settled over Daggerlin, soft and steady. The air was warm, the sky pale and open, and Lake Erie stretched out like a sheet of glass. Waves touched the sand in gentle rhythms, nothing more than the heartbeat of water against the shore. For the first time in memory, the lake was calm. George walked the beach with Owen at his side. The boy had grown in those months, his shoulders starting to square, his step heavier than it used to be. Crichton padded between them, black coat glinting in the midday sun, the pale scar on his cheek standing out sharp against the shine of wet fur. They passed the old pier. Marcus Wilkins sat at the end, fishing rod braced across his knees, line drifting out into still water. He looked up when he heard them and raised a hand in a steady wave. George tipped his hat. Owen smiled and lifted his arm in return. Crichton paused just long enough to tilt his head toward the gesture, tail thumping once, then moved on. Marcus turned back to the water, waiting on a bite. Farther down, where the sand opened wide and empty, the three of them stopped. George stood with his hands behind his back, eyes on the horizon. Owen came up beside him. George shifted his boots deeper into the wet sand. He'd stood in this same spot 30-some years ago, shoulder to shoulder with Owen's father, David, looking out at the same horizon. Crichton sat at their feet, ears tipped forward, nose lifted into the breeze. The water lay smooth and silver under the sun. No ripples that didn't belong, no shadows waiting just beneath. Everyone in town knew that the thing was gone. They said you could feel it. The story spread fast. Folks said the Winter's men had gone out there together and ended it. That Joe and David had done what no one else could. Some said they saw the water run red that night. Others swore they heard gunfire echoing through the storm like thunder. Nobody agreed on the exact details. It hadn't just been Joe and David who stood against it. The whole town had fought in their own way. George lost, Mendez and Hawkins who answered the call, Marcus with his broken body and his silver blade, and there were others. But stories don't keep all the pieces. They choose the names that last, and in Daggerlin, it was the Winners. The whole town only agreed on one thing. There'd been something evil in the lake that year, and it was gone now, killed by the Winners family and a black German shepherd.